start till 9. I'm like, sit on the steps, dude. You're good. Enjoy. So, it's hot. It is. No, we're trying to see what we can do. We're trying to open it up, but it's going to double as our hot yoga room. So we're just so it's keep everything.
What is that called? That workout? Hot yoga. I think that's what it's called.
Yeah, like I think there's a title.
Hot something.
Yeah. You're supposed to burn more calories now.
I don't know. I'm not going to do it.
Yoga? Is hot yoga or? I've never done yoga. What? You don't have patience? Yeah, they're like, let's go.
Some of the classes are, full because some of it's like just with the rest. Oh, is it? Yeah. I was like, this is supposed to calm me down, but it's stressing me out.
The spring workshop of the Aurora City Council for Saturday, April 12, 2025 comes to order. Would the clerk please call the roll? Did we do the roll? Here.
Here. Councilmember Coombs.
Present.
Councilmember Gardner. Here. Councilmember Hancock.
Here.
Are you Hancock? Councilmember Jurinsky. Councilmember Kassab.
Here.
Councilmember Lawson.
Here.
Councilmember Medina.
Here.
Councilmember Murillo.
Present.
And Mayor Pro Tem Sumper.
Here. Small business support overview, Janine Rustad.
Good morning, and as the mayor said, can we think of a better way to be spending our Saturday?
Yeah.
I am going to be quick, and then I'm going to be handing it over to Andrea Amanek, our Urban Renewal Manager, and then Ashvina Patel, the SBDC Executive Director. So this morning, what we're going to go over, first I'm just going to remind you of what planning and business development does. We have a pretty wide breadth. We'll go into each, the retail team and the SBDC consulting, what they do, and then looking ahead for each of these divisions for 2025. So again, we have the development review, our long range and transportation planning, energy and environment, and business development and redevelopment. Keeps me a little busy. With that, I will hand it over to Andrea.
Good morning, council members. I'm going to go through our slides somewhat quickly, and I'll focus on a couple of things that really focus on how the retail team works. So this is the general organization of the Division of Retail Redevelopment and the Aurora Urban Renewal Authority. You can see we have two main focuses. We have the retail team and we have the team that does redevelopment, focusing on specifically urban renewal. We have, as you know, 21 urban renewal areas, but they also do redevelopment activities outside of urban renewal areas. Okay, so I'm going to focus a lot on this slide because a lot of questions have come up regarding the city's role in retail development and retention and expansion versus the private sector's role. So you see on the city role side, our role is really to build relationships between the city and property owners and managers, and also with the businesses. And Ashvina is going to be talking a lot about our business services. A broker and the private sector is the party that is responsible for negotiating most of the landlord and or tenant deals that happen and actually bring businesses into the city. The city does not own very much property, and particularly not retail property. And so property owners and or businesses go out and hire a private party to negotiate and find them places to go. We, as a partner in that, work with them and make them aware of locations and things like that, but we have a very limited role in terms of actually getting that negotiation between the landlord and the business itself. To make the pot a little sweeter, the city role you'll see there is to provide and market incentives where gaps exist for desired uses and businesses. So we have 3 sources of where we get programs and incentives from. There is urban renewal. As you know, we're also the Urban Renewal Authority, and so we can do that, but there are only 21 urban renewal areas in the city, and they represent less than 2.5% of the city land area, okay? We also have, under local ordinance, we also have sales tax codes, which as a home rule city, we have written in our local codes the ability to provide retail incentives through returning or rebating portions of sales tax when we bring businesses. And then we also have some programs that we develop when the city council feels that there's a need for a service that we don't provide. City council can allocate funds. So the restaurant program is a good example of that, where city council allocated first an initial pot of money to do a couple of pilot programs in Northwest Aurora for restaurants, but then when we had ARPA and CARES funds, council dedicated some of that money specifically towards a program to go across the entirety of the city. A broker in this is going to research trends of retail in the area and determine locations that they're representing, and they are the ones that select sites. So a broker can either work for a landlord, property owner, or a business tenant, and they have to hire them. And that is a legal relationship. And this is why the city cannot act as a broker, because then we have liability as it comes to that relationship between the property, and thank you for shaking your head yes and nodding, that this is not something we can do or we could get the city in trouble.
Suspect.
Okay? So we also, through the SBDC, provide small business counseling and training, and one of the things that the retail staff will do is try to find spaces for tenants that meet their requirements. On the brokerage side, they identify tenants for specific spaces that they are representing, and they may also, and many of them do, when they are representing a landlord or property owner, that property owner has specific requirements for what they want to see in terms of the business health and so forth. And so this is where we would refer those businesses to, by working with the brokers, we would refer the businesses to the SBDC to help do a business plan or a financial plan or something like that. But it's really the brokers that are responsible for bringing the business to the actual property owner and approving that deal. So we assist with deals. We make introductions. We process assistance when they're having difficulties with licensing or processing through planning. We can be part of that problem-solving process. But it is, again, the broker that negotiates the deal between the property owner and the tenant representing whichever party. So there can be 2 brokers involved in a specific deal, okay? One on the business side and one on the property owner side. So as part of this, we do a lot of information deep diving. We track local and regional and national trends and engage with industry organizations, and the brokers do very much of the same thing. For example, We recently, in reading so we'll read a lot of trade magazines and so forth to find out what's going on, what businesses are interested in expanding and coming into this area, and we'll work with them. And then we meet the brokers kind of halfway on the other side when they're negotiating specific deals. So here's an example of what we do. We make these daily contacts with businesses, not the same businesses all the time, but if businesses have a problem, they call us. We reach out if we know somebody is going out and offer our assistance to the property owner. Can we help you or your broker find a tenant for the space? We have conversations with brokers on a regular basis and make appropriate referrals for next steps, whatever that is. Does the business need a financial plan? Do they have enough money? Do they, can we send them somewhere? Are they having licensing, permitting problems? Is there an issue that came up in a pre-app for doing the space that we need to help mediate? So as I said, we read periodical and trade information. This is mostly to get economic trends and hear about new businesses that are coming into the area. For example, just this past week, there was an article in the Denver Business Journal regarding a new grocer that is coming to town and interested, Winco. It was in the April edition. We have already reached out. They're going into, I think, Thornton, but we are already making contacts with that company to see, because we're hoping that if they do well in Thornton, they'd like to expand. And we want them to know who we are and what we can do to possibly help them. So that's an example of why we do this, why we're spending so much time on the trade journals and bringing people here when we know what their specific requirements are. We do active project check-ins. So I wish I could tell you that if we cut a deal today, that by next week we're under contract and we're helping them and going through the permitting process, but that's not how long it takes. These deals can go on, we can be negotiating for up to 12 months before there's a solid deal there that we can go. And once that deal is in place, we will continue to have regular check-ins with any business that's coming to Aurora. We also keep in contact with property owners, and if they tell us that someone is leaving or that they have a vacancy, we offer assistance for that as well. This would be true in the case of Arapahoe Crossings and the Kohl's deal. They knew that Kohl's was going to be closing, and we said, what can we do for you? How, do you need help finding a space? Large centers like that have their own brokers. They know what they're doing, and their brokers are on it, but we will offer assistance to everyone. So just in terms of, and we are working on that retail strategy to help you, particularly the ward council people, define what they need in their areas and prioritize some of their centers. We visited 120 of 228 shopping centers that we visited and canvassed 33% of that. We did actual site visits. And some we just drove by to make sure notes and check conditions, et cetera. And we also talked to 16% of the individual businesses in all of these areas. So we consider that it was very time-consuming visiting with that many individual businesses, and which is why the retail strategy has taken a little longer than I think council expected. But we wanted to be thorough, and having that information was super helpful, and we consider this to be a representative sample of all businesses. We went across the wards. Every ward got visited and got at least no ward got less than 10% of their businesses surveyed. Okay? Okay, and so this is, sorry to be taking so long, but these are some examples of programs that we've done. Our restaurant program, it was your direction that we were to try and do projects in every single ward, and forgive me, Councilmember Sundberg, you were the only one that we could not find a specific business to go in, but we hope that other incentives that we are working on and other redevelopments will make up for that, because we are able to bring you retail, upcoming retail into your area, so with an incentive outside of this program. But we also did some things like the Nordstrom Lucky Strike deal in Southlands. What I want to talk about is one of the things that our office does is, in terms of looking at local, that incentive was authorized under local ordinance, and that local ordinance required that we sort of reshape and massage that, the authorization under that to be able to provide an incentive to an individual business within a shopping center. So we did that and processed that and then moved forward with those. With that, okay, why is that not moving? How about that?
Oh, really?
No? My keys are not working, but I will turn it over. Oh, the work plan. Okay. Oh, thank you.
No, it's not.
Yeah. It's moving on the bottom, but it's not moving on the top. That's the slide we want.
Well, while they're getting set up, Andrea informed me that she's retiring at the end of the month to spend more time with her family, but she said that her family didn't think that was a good idea, so that she's asked to extend. But I said I'd talk to Jason since she's already submitted the paperwork. But being the inflexible bureaucrat that he is, I don't know do anything about it.
Good morning. Thank you, Andrea. My name is Ashvina Patel. I'm the new Executive Director of SBDC here in Aurora and South Metro. Today I wanted to share with you some basic economic development concepts of attraction, retention, expansion, exit, and relocation that we use at the SBDC to support our businesses. The first goal for SBDC is attraction, right? So this is about stimulating economic growth by increasing the number and diversity of the types of local businesses that we have. We promote Aurora's business-friendly environment. We share about industry clusters. We explain the local regulations to entrepreneurs, market conditions, and provide resources. We also collaborate with business partners like the Chamber to highlight incentives. We offer pre-venture and relocation advising for free. And an example of that is Fortified Trucking that you see here. We help them with their initial business plans. We help them get 5 different certificates that they needed in order to even start a trucking business. And with that sort of robust support system, that is the type of thing that we think attracts business owners to Aurora. Our goal with retention is to keep local businesses open and contributing to the community's economic stability and employment. We do this by offering advising on financial management, marketing, human labor, HR, and strategic planning. We assist businesses with, hardships like during COVID-19 or even economic downturns. We connect business owners to resources, grants that might be available, loans that might be available, and of course, we assist businesses that are at risk. Many of you might be familiar with Bon and Butter. This is a business who has an award-winning business who we have helped with business planning, financial management, and they've done really well. They've even expanded to online orders and delivery. With the goal of expansion, our goal here is to increase local job creation, tax revenue, and the overall economic footprint of successful small business. We do this by offering market research and helping businesses identify opportunities and customer segments. We provide guidance on hiring, scaling, and scoping operations with import-export if need be, or even adding new locations. We help them with strategy as well as entering these new markets. An example of this here that you see, the image is Dry Dock Brewing. We partnered with them. They initially started as a 900-foot microbrewery, and we helped them to expand to a 30,000-foot space. This expansion increased their production and distribution, contributing to the local economy. Exit and relocation. Our goal here is to minimize economic disruption and ensure continuity where possible. We help business owners with succession planning, support for relocation, valuation of their businesses, and assist for graceful exits. This is an image of Stanley Marketplace. This is a business called Trunk Nouveau. She knew she wanted to sell, so she started partnering with us to increase the value of her business, and then she was able to sell, and this business is still standing at Stanley Marketplace. This exit and relocation is a segment that we're really focusing on right now. If any of you have heard of the silver tsunami, that's baby boomers who are selling off their small businesses so that they can retire and lay on beaches. And so we're trying to provide valuation and all sorts of training in that space, and then also entrepreneurship through acquisition, the folks who are trying to buy these small businesses. So this is sort of a new trendy thing, a new trend that is occurring that we're trying to help support by developing resources. So the SBDC does try and meet businesses where they're at. We have in-person, hybrid options, virtual options for training. And to remind you, we are part of a state network, and the state also puts resources into providing things like training for cybersecurity. All of these resources are free for entrepreneurs and existing business owners. And then I want to introduce you to our team. We have a couple of associate directors who help with building partnerships, creating curriculum, holding special events like manufacturing panels or tax and licensing in Spanish. We have full-time small business advisors who do a lot of the one-on-one consulting that is confidential, and that is really helpful to businesses to be able to especially get through some of the financial management needs that they have. And then where our small business advisors might not have expertise, we have independent advisors who fill in for things like social media marketing or something of that sort. And we do have a couple of administrative assistants who save us every day, as they tend to do. And then lastly, to share a little bit about the 2025 SBDC strategy, we really want to focus on the quality of the advising that we provide. We want to focus on the quality of the training. This will help us to increase enrollment and really be there with the business owner, not just at the beginning. We don't want to just advise in the beginning. We want them to be thinking about exit strategies right and up front, so their contingency planning, right? We want to make sure that we're there for their second stage growth, their third stage growth. And some ways that we can also increase enrollment is to make sure that we have a marketing plan and a marketing strategy and collateral that we can share as we attend some of these events. And as always, we're going to continue to create partnerships and outreach. We'd love to have presentations at your town halls so that people know who we are and how we can help businesses in your wards. And then pursue other opportunities in terms of various organizations and consulates that we can partner with.
I can say something quickly about the marketing. Ashvina put a brochure at each of your places. I want to thank our marketing department. They helped us. We saw what they had done for the international trade, and they have adapted this to businesses. I recently did a tour of Aurora for a national conference, and I asked how many people had heard of Aurora in the news. They raised their hands, a lot of them. I said, how many have heard something positive? Hands went down. So this is going to help us control our narrative, because we are open for business. There are amazing things happening here, and we want to get that story out. So this is not only for Ashvina and her team, but something as we go around. Andrea and I are talking about at ICSC, while a lot of the people coming to us know us, it's to be able to say, here, look at the amazing things that are happening, and don't you want to come here? So with that, we'll take your questions.
Questions of Janine
Or team.
or team? Francoise?
On the brokers that you work with, on the brokers, they represent like many other companies besides like one property, like if, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So, do they, I'm trying to think from compensation from their perspective, like, do they have an incentive to spend more time on certain centers or certain parts of the United States, or?
Yeah, it depends on the deal they work out with a property owner, okay? Or if they're representing a business. So they take a cut of, if a business goes in, and this is where the legal liability comes in, they take a broker, when they bring a business to a specific center, takes a cut of that term, that lease term that they have, and that's how they get paid. So they're incentivized, and it's the deal they have with the individual center, because there are a couple ways that they can get paid. You know, they can have flat fees, they can have portions of leases and things like that. So the property owners a lot of properties, by the way, have their own brokerage. Okay. This is the case, for example, in Council Member Lawson's ward. There's a center where one company owns a building, and they specifically only represent that building within the.
Yeah, but otherwise, a lot of times they represent many.
Yeah. Across the metro area. And so businesses, large businesses, will decide where they want to go in what area, and the broker will do all that research and find the demographics that the company wants in a near term. Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I noticed the dry dock one, that's a little obsolete now because they closed that big facility and sold it because of an overly saturated market and challenging business conditions. You indicated that you get out and you try to interact with a lot of businesses out there, and you deliberately. What's the environment that you're hearing about?
So, you're going to get a presentation on the budget later today, but as everybody knows, inflation is very high at the moment. It's coming down, but with the recent trade tariffs and things like that, I think there's a lot of uncertainty, both among consumers as well as small businesses, and I think that is causing.
That's recent. Very recent, right?
Yes,
I mean, we got to look back on last year where business has been tough for a lot of places.
Right, and so, but what I'm saying is with the inflation and things like that, it's going to make it tougher.
Right.
And so while people are cautiously optimistic, I think a lot of things have to shake out in the economy before people are willing to make the deals to bring business here. Costs a lot of money, and it's a big investment for both the business, and with the economy as uncertain as it is in the moment, until that comes down, I think it's going to be really tough. We will still market. We will still talk about how great this place is to do business. Yeah. This is a fabulous community. We have staff just recently put together for the retailers, for ICSC. We're hearing that it's really tough to get businesses into Denver, and we're going to try and bring them into Aurora by showing them how close they can be and how much better our business services are.
And to your point, if I may, in Denver, I'm reading more and more about how unfriendly it is to do business there. Over 200 restaurants closed in Colorado last year. 82% were in Denver. These extreme conversions that are required environmentally for buildings to go from gas to electric, people are staying away. They're withdrawing their investments in different ways from Denver. So we can capitalize on that, I think that'd be good.
And that's what some of this new research that staff is doing to specifically show those businesses who may be put off by Denver to come here instead. Look how close we are.
Right.
We can, you can come here and we have great business services.
Let me, free advertising for Dry Dock. They've done a merger with another microbrewery, so the production is moving, but the retail on Hampton is staying. Drink beer.
Responsibly.
City attorney has to qualify, right? Okay, yeah, I get
Don't
it.
drink and drive, though, right?
Yeah, okay. Okay, Councilmember Coombs, yeah.
So I guess just an aside, there are statewide building decarbonization requirements as well that we are also bound by as a city of Aurora. And there are incentives for helping folks make those conversions. But separately, because that's not what my question was about, have we looked at the possibility of any incentives to help address some of the really large vacant retail, like doing an incentive for conversion of large vacant properties?
I've actually been approached by at least one developer who has some ideas. So looking into some of the zoning, looking into examples where they've done that. Because one thing we don't want to do is foreclose the idea, and finding the right balance of you need retail to support our economy, our neighborhoods, so we are looking into that. But also looking in, we know this is a tight budget year, but what we want to bring to you with the retail strategy is different ideas for incentives to think as we go forward, what we may be able to do.
Okay. Janine, go ahead. Janine, do you have, and then I'll go to Francois. Jean, do we have a strategy on these strip centers that aren't doing well, that have a huge vacancy rate, really aren't being maintained to where they could be redeveloped into a mixed-use development?
One of the challenges with that, we can always look at urban renewal, but many of these areas were developed under multiple ownership. So the Big Lots one, that property is owned by one person, then all the outer parcels are individually owned. So we need to work with the property owners to come together. I believe there was success doing that at the Point. It's hard, we can try. In the meantime, what we try to do is work with our code enforcement, work with the property owners. If they're in-state, it's a lot easier than you have a lot of out-of-state landlords to get properties up to code, to get them safe. I believe, Andrea, you and your team finally did get success on the big lots where they're getting an electrician to come out and fix the lighting, but all of this takes a lot of work and effort that Andrea and her team are really trying hard to get things at least up to code, and then we'll start through the retail strategy, getting targeted and specific. And one thing I learned, that when you look at the smaller shops around the bigger ones, they seem perfect to put in one of our small local businesses, but landlords have requirements of what they want to see for financial security. They don't always want to take the risk. So how can we mitigate?
Okay. Francois, Bergen?
Yeah, I was just going to say, to your point, Councilmember Sundberg, on the Denver regulations, I had a meeting with Colorado Restaurant Association a couple weeks back, and she specifically said the energized Denver was a major issue in restaurants leaving when they have to make those conversions, how expensive they are. And then the minimum wage was another factor. So there were certainly a lot of those kind of variables that we can use to our advantage. I took a lot of notes and then I turned them over, so I know that our staff is looking at maybe doing some events.
We are already a member of the Colorado Restaurant Association, and we're renewing for the future and looking to attend sites where we can offer our services.
What? Okay. Real quick. I don't think we're overweighted in retail, in office, right? Denver's grossly overweighted in office, and I think that's had a collateral impact on the restaurants as well.
Just a real quick point, of course, there's statewide regulations, but to your point, 2021 in Denver, Denver City Council unanimously approved Energize Denver ordinance, which puts those heavy carbon emissions changes in. So Denver is doing things separately as well.
Further questions, comments? Seeing none, thanks, Janine.
Thank you.
Okay, Infrastructure Task Force update, Laura Perry. Would that qualify as an assault?
It wasn't intentional or knowing.
I think it was burned.
If you had, yeah, it would be harassment. She's going to take us on a burden of custody.
Is that an accidental?
Okay, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Happy Saturday. Laura Perry, Deputy City Manager. Really thrilled to talk about Build Up Aurora, my favorite topic in the city. So today I'm joined by Kim Stewart, Director of Communications, and Monica Burton with the 76 Group, who's one of our public affairs consultants, joined with Sebald Hamfling, to give you all an update on the work of the Infrastructure Task Force to date, what's coming ahead in terms of community engagement, and talk about what's next in terms of the work of the task force. So, Build Up Aurora is a strategic long-term effort to take a look at the city's infrastructure needs and determine what is needed to maintain our infrastructure for the long term, as well as support the city's growth needs. So the city's growth has grown by 40% in the last 20 years. And when you think about it, the infrastructure that we've constructed to date, that growth has an impact on the condition of that infrastructure. So the more folks you have driving on the roads, the quicker your infrastructure ages. The city currently has about $700 million in unmet critical capital project needs. That's our capital improvement master plan that we've presented to you several times over the last 3 years. And we are making a concerted effort to really evaluate and study our critical needs and the community's needs in partnership with that. So Build Up Aurora really has 3 phases in partnership with the Infrastructure Task Force. So first is planning and information gathering. We completed this phase most recently, and that's really taking a look at how we can best engage the community to provide us with their needs and their feedback. And we've also been engaging our Infrastructure Task Force in education orientation. We are now in the evaluation and input stage, which is really the let's roll up your sleeves and get to work stage. You all will have a very important role in this, as well as we'll be updating you along the way. But what this phase entails is really truly understanding the city's capital project needs and funding requirements to meet those needs, as well as funding strategies that could be deployed to ensure that we have safe, adequate, and well-maintained infrastructure in our long term. We'll be engaging with you and your awards. Many of you have already had a Build Up Aurora presentation at your ward meetings. Many of you are scheduled for presentations to come. But those are really critical meetings to help us engage with your constituents, to educate them on the city's infrastructure needs, as well as hear from them. What would they like in their neighborhood? What would they like to see to improve their quality of life in the city of Aurora? And then last but not least, recommendations, pairing the needs we hear from obviously the city side, the operational side, our public, your priorities, pairing them with financial recommendations, all of which will come together for a conversation here in about a year with you all to take a next step. The Infrastructure Task Force meets the 4th Thursday of every month, and to date, as I mentioned, they've really been focused on hearing educational updates and understanding the city's financials, capital planning, special districts. So essentially, how does the city fund capital projects? And I've also heavily been engaged in the development of the communications and engagement plan, and we've been briefing them along the way in our capital master planning effort. So a little bit about the capital master plans. So the city has been engaging in several master planning efforts, and this has been an effort to really understand at a more intricate level the city's capital project needs. And capital master planning is very important for a municipality. It involves strategic planning, so understanding those needs holistically across the city. I'll give you a little bit more details on that in a second. And then prioritizing them from most critical to least critical, recognizing that every capital need we have in the city is a priority. And then, of course, taking those needs and financially developing plans to address them, factoring those capital needs every year into our annual budgeting process. And so these master plans are extremely important to both data development and capital planning. City Council allocated funds, thank you, a couple of years ago to engage in our capital master planning efforts. And with those funds that you set aside, we've been able to make a lot of headway, which will all come together nicely under the umbrella of Build Up Aurora. So most recently, we completed our public safety capital master plan. That will be coming forward to City Council in May at a study session. Our public safety departments will be providing an overview of that effort. Many of you are heavily engaged in Connecting Aurora. That's been an ongoing effort for over the last year, with many more community engagement touch points to come here through the next month. The PROS Master Plan was approved last year by City Council. Library is heavily out in our community right now soliciting input on our library and cultural services needs to support the completion of their capital master plan. And then last, the ADA transition plan. We've been updating our ADA transition plan. We are wrapping up phase 1, which is the public right-of-way component of that, and we'll be bringing that forward for an update to council here soon. So every touch point with these master plans along the way, we will bring them to you, provide an update and overview before the infrastructure task force as these efforts are completed. Next, Kim Stewart will walk you through the communications and engagement plan.
Thank you, Laura. Can you all hear me okay? Great. Just going to touch high level on the goals. You all are very familiar with how we work with our engagement and communications in the city. But what's really important about Build Up Aurora is to make sure that people do understand and educate what infrastructure is and why it's really important to them. And as we're getting survey results in, we'll talk about that in a minute, it's really helping to inform the messaging that we need to put together as we continue on with this public outreach, so people do understand what it is. We want to raise awareness about our needs and the challenges that we face in accomplishing those, collaborate about what our priorities should be, build community confidence. That's really important. We all know in government that having people trust what we do, that council balances a budget every year, and that we're really wise stewards of their tax dollars is really a critical message that we try to have permeate everything that we do. We want to engage many, many different types of stakeholders. We have a list in just a moment, and establish long-term and broad-based community support. And really, we need to position Aurora as a city that thinks and acts strategically. How am I forwarding on this? Sorry. It went. I wanted to play this video, which is playing. I'm not hearing it, though. Yeah, I thought so. Okay, well, it'll be available on Engage Aurora. If you've not opted into the Engage Aurora page for Build Up Aurora, please do so. It's where it's our repository for all things Build Up Aurora. And these reels will be loaded there along with news coverage, along with all of our materials. I did leave some things at your table on how we fund citywide infrastructure. We'll be doing all of our materials in multiple languages as necessary. We've got smaller cards on the back as a QR code, so please, please hand these out wherever you go. As many as you need, just let us know. We'll make sure we keep you stocked. Those are very important. There's a formal poll that's taking place, which is statistically significant, but it's really important to hear from folks wherever they are through the summer. We'll be collecting information via that survey. So, just a moment.
More. Goal is to find long-term solutions. We need your help. Want to hear from you. Give your input with a quick survey. Help this city build up Aurora.
I'm not sure you could hear that very well. I know it was on the laptop here. And then key messages, again, highlights here. Facilities and built systems that make up the foundation of our city. It's everything from police and fire and their facilities to libraries, to streets, to parks. And so everything in between. That's what infrastructure is. It's really the built city that we have that our people enjoy. It adds to their quality of life, and it really is critical to our healthy economy. You just heard about small business development, and we know that people want to continue to see a diversity of restaurants, businesses, and things. Well, infrastructure is necessary for those things to be done and for people to be attracted to coming to Aurora. So it all ties together for us. And again, to remind folks the many unmet capital needs that we have and that we lack the funds to address them. And the city and community must identify these shared long-term creative solutions, and that Build Up Aurora is that strategic effort. Stakeholders, I won't read those, but if you think we're missing in a group or you've heard from somebody that hasn't heard from us at Build Up Aurora, please let us know. We'd love to add them as a group to meet with. And quickly here, some of the strategies we're using in our communications plan. Gather input, conduct community conversations about infrastructure priorities, to develop key collateral materials. Those will continue to be informed by the survey work that we get, information we get back. And so if you think we're not hitting the mark, we'd love to hear from you. Thank you. And then promote public involvement and deliver these key messages. We'll be using a lot of digital. We will be providing council with social media things that you can use. Please help us push out this messaging along the way. We've got a long road ahead. It's really, really important that people have a very clear understanding of the need that exists and what we're talking about here, and to be engaged in the creative solutions. Again, engage a network of champions. In Build Up Aurora Part 1, the 35 neighborhoods that received the road improvements based on their pavement condition, we had some natural champions that came forward. They were taking before and after pictures. They were posting on their own social media accounts and telling us great stories that we could share. So that's really helpful. If you have one of those folks in your constituency or your neighborhood, we'd love to meet them. So please, again, share that information with us. Engage with city employees. We did a briefing at the employee town halls just this week, so they had an understanding of what Build Up Aurora is and what we're accomplishing, and then build public awareness and issue recognition. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Monica Burton from the 76 group. I also want to say thank you to Jesse Byrne and his community engagement team who've been out hitting the roads and meeting with lots of people already. So thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Monica with 76 Group. As Kim and Laura both mentioned, 76 Group and Seawald Handling are working kind of hand in hand to manage a lot of this community engagement. We've been working with Jesse's team and with the city to attend several of the ward meetings. Several of you have seen us already. Several of you are scheduled to see us. But there's kind of three different buckets of how we're handling community engagement. The first is the city council piece with the ward meetings and the existing meetings that you all already have. The second is some of those existing events that already are here in the city. So next weekend I'll be at the Aurora Town Center at the Bunny Bonanza, so please swing on by. There is a Build Up Aurora live event next Saturday. There's several events that already happen in your city where you're gonna see representatives from Build Up Aurora. You're gonna see my team, you're gonna see Tate and her team, meeting with folks, talking with folks, gathering that public input. The third bucket are these flagship events. We wanted to have a few opportunities that were very specifically Build Up Aurora, that were opportunities around the city in different geographies for folks to come out, learn about what infrastructure is, learn about what opportunities they have a chance to engage in, and give a chance to share their opinions too. There are some folks who are gonna say the highest and most important thing going on in our city is development of more parks. There are some people that are gonna say, our roads and bridges are the highest and most important priority in Aurora. So we want to gather all of this information. We want to have a place to have all of this information stored so that the task force has a really large repository of public input, community opinions to say, this is really what the city wants. And then it gives you all an opportunity to say, okay, how are we going to address that? What does that look like financially? What does that look like strategically? So you'll start seeing these events happening. There are 3 that are currently scheduled. One is scheduled at Aurora Town Center on June 7th. One is scheduled at the Southeast Rec Center on June 28th. And I just confirmed one in the Aurora Highlands for July 12th. So we will be continuing to add those events, and they'll feel really very much like community open houses almost. I describe them as science fair style. So there's different tables where you can come and get information. You can talk about different things. It's not so much a PowerPoint presentation. It's a community event that you can come and check out and understand a little bit more. So keep your eyes open for those. Those will be coming very soon. And our first one is, like I said, June 7th. A ton of different opportunities and speaking engagements for my team and Tate's team, and Jesse has been amazing with getting a lot of these set up and actually is managing several of these through his team. So this is just a listing of what's already been confirmed. On the bottom half of this slide, you'll see some of the other target areas we're looking at. These are the groups we want to get in front of and we're working to schedule. What's important to us is that council members let us know, is there something in your ward that brings people in, where people are gathering, that we are missing? Where are we missing opportunities to talk with people? Where are we missing opportunities to engage with the public? Several of us live in Aurora. I live in Aurora. My colleague lives in Aurora. So we are in your community. We engage with your community every day and want to know that we are hitting all of those places. That's also our ask of task force members, is they're in a lot of places that we're not. Tell us where you're having these gatherings. Tell us where there's an opportunity for us to set up a table to come talk to these groups, to let folks know how to engage in this process and to make your voices heard for what's really most important for the city. Finally, here is, this is what we gave our task force at the last meeting, is really a simple list of, when I serve on a task force or a board, I always say, please just tell me what you want me to do. So we want to give them a very clear list of, these are the 5 things we really want you to do. We want you to show up for these ward meetings. We want you to help facilitate some of your own meetings. We want you to have these materials with you all the time so that when you're out and about in the city, you can distribute them. We want you sharing on social media, and we want you letting us know what we're missing. So we're trying to be very clear and very tactical with our task force that you're incredibly busy people, city council are incredibly busy people. These are really kind of the 5 things that you can do to be most helpful in this process, and we would love to see that engagement. All right, I'm going to turn it back over to Laura.
Okay, to wrap us up, I do want to acknowledge obviously the task force members and their time and commitment to that, but also the leadership of Councilmember Gardner and Councilmember Bergen, who are both co-chairs of the infrastructure task force. So the task force look ahead will be wrapping up education engagement or orientation for them this month. And then moving forward, really May through September, they will be hearing from the various departments / capital master plan efforts around project needs in our city and starting to understand those needs. We'll also, as Monica and Kim walked you through, be doing community engagement at the exact same time. All of that will converge in the September-October timeframe, where the task force will hear the feedback from the public throughout the next several months, and of course the survey that's ongoing. And then once the task force has an understanding of all of our capital project needs, then they will be engaging in conversations around financial solutions to address those. In January through April, we are planning on having a subcommittee process where there will be subcommittees focused on a certain project type or project classification. So things like parks and recreation, transportation. We'll bring forward more information to you all in our next update on what that process will look like. All of which will wrap up in the spring, early summer of next year. So as I said, a year from now, we'll be engaging council in a really robust conversation on next steps, finalizing this effort. So that concludes the update today on Build Up Aurora, and welcome to take any questions.
Questions? Oh, well, I just have one. I suspect that when it's on the ballot, then after that, the city's participation really has to change, is by state law, right?
Correct. We are not allowed to advocate and engage in any political campaigning or advocacy around a ballot measure.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, further questions, comments? Thanks, great presentation, appreciate it. Large water users, Marshall Brown. What's that? Take a long shower.
We will charge accordingly.
I volunteer to bounce the baby off around.
That is a long password. IT would be impressed, Marshall. Somebody's getting a gold star from Tim. I tell you what, goodness gracious.
Hey, water takes cybersecurity really seriously. For what's that? And it's impressive that I remember that. Okay. Thank you for the plug, though, on the security.
Yes, sir. My pleasure.
Okay. Everybody on council saw a letter we sent out this last week to Niagara, so I wanted to provide a little bit of history and background associated with that. Niagara came to the city originally in 2012. Any user that comes in, we have rates and fees that are designed to try to recover the cost burden that those users put on the system. Fees are supposed to recover the costs to build the infrastructure and for water specifically to acquire and develop the water supply. Rates cover the operational cost impacts of customers in the city. So again, Niagara 2012, we provided a will serve letter. For what it's worth, I got here at the very end of 2012. So this was one of the things that hit my desk when I came. Staff was pretty excited because, not in a good way, because our tap fee construction was not such that we were recovering the full cost burden of this type of user. Aurora had never seen a water user of this magnitude or this type. So, but they had provided a will serve letter for a lot of water, up to 700 gallons per minute, annual usage that anticipated a first and a second bottling line. So they then paid connection fees that were designed and in place at the time. The total connection fee that they paid is shown there. They have 2 meters. One is kind of a meter that meets their restroom domestic uses there at the site. The other meter is their production meter, so you can see what they paid. Combined water and wastewater fees, about $2.6 million that they paid. Again, this was one of the priority things that hit my desk. We looked very closely at costs associated with providing water service. So in 2013, we established volumetric connection fees. So the volumetric connection fees, one of the main things this helped us recognize was where the costs associated with providing service came from. So you can see we broke it into a water resources fee, source of supply, treatment and distribution, carrying costs, and water losses. So the fascinating thing with that, if you look, at the time we said it's about $57.45 per gallon per day of use. Most of that, all but $9.81 of that was associated with the raw water supply. acquiring, developing, and bringing the raw water into our system. So at the time that we refined this in 2013, looking at today's usage out at Niagara, they use about 514,000 gallons per day, which is enough to serve a small neighborhood, by the way, through a single meter. They are our largest single customer in Aurora by far. They use as much water, for example, they use actually more water, for example, than the Buckley base.
Oh my God.
So, the value in 2013 or the cost of the connection fee, that, keep in mind, we charged them about $2 million for the water portion of their fee. That fee, the value of that service was about $30 million in 2013. So our connection fee was broken. And that was water and wastewater. Just the water, or I'm sorry, that was water if you break out the treatment and distribution, so you just look at the value of the water itself, it was about $24 million in 2013. 2025, the value of that volume of water is about $62 million in our system. So, significant value of this volume of water. And then I've got down there, the volume they're using is about 576 acre feet per year. You all have seen when we've brought acquisitions to council on the cost per acre foot just to acquire water. We're spending millions and millions of dollars to acquire those levels of water. And again, when I say small neighborhood, talking enough to serve about 1,800 homes. So this is a lot. So they came to us in 2017 with a 4-part request. They wanted us to formalize their allocations. They were a little bit concerned that they were paying a little more for water as we were refining their rate charges, and they wanted those charges fixed. And we said, we're happy to establish allocations, but not fix your costs. So the costs are going to be the cost burden it puts on the city. They also wanted to add a 3rd water bottling line, and they requested that we waive their connection fee for the 3rd water bottling line, which at the time would have been about $17 million. They wanted that fee waived. We denied that request. And they also wanted us to create a special customer class for large volume water users where they could pay less for their rates. We also denied that request. In fact, looking at our cost structure primarily in the fee world, we recognize that customers that consume a lot of water were putting larger cost burdens on the system than those who use the water, put it back in the sewer, and it came back to us. So it's much less expensive for us to treat the water, recover it, and bring it back than it is to go acquire and develop new water supplies. So we actually established in this time frame a different fee structure for non-recoverable water, because that burden on us is much higher than recoverable water. So now when a customer comes in, we have them establish how much of the water is consumed versus how much we can recover and reuse and bring back over and over again. So that $62 million, one of the reasons that's so high, so much different than it was in 2013, almost all of the Niagara water is non-recoverable. It's bottled and it's sent away. So the other thing we've done recently, and we're in the process with Mayor Pro Tem Sundberg, his sponsorship, to bring this to council for formal adoption. We created a large water user guide a few years ago. We put it in our design standards. So right now when a user comes in, we look at how much water they use, how much of it is recoverable versus non-recoverable, and extremely high uses we don't allow. We do not have the water to support those, turning some customers away that are potential users that use a ton of water because we just don't have the water. Even if they were willing to pay those tens of millions of dollars of connection fees, we don't have that water. Niagara, for what it's worth, their current usage is in that last column in the dark red. So the large water user guide, we did create an exception process for that, where we said, hey, special circumstances, we could consider some things depending on what value you bring to the city. But we primarily did that for the light red categories by exception only. The dark red, we didn't necessarily create or anticipate an exception category for. So Niagara's historical use, I showed you that they have an allocation of the 514,000 gallons a day. Their second bottling line came online in 2016-17 timeframe. Since 2020, well, really 2021, they've actually been exceeding that allocation even. So they're using more water than those numbers I just showed you for the last 4 years. They came to us again this year and said, we would like to expand. Do you have the capacity to support that third bottling line? Again, kind of a repeat of their 2017 question. That's what resulted in the letter that we sent out this last week. They presented us with 2 scenarios. One would add 130,000 gallons per day. The other one would add 190,000 gallons per day. What the letter says is, you're in this not allowed category already, but if you were willing to make us whole for those cost burdens you put on our system back in 2012, 2013 that we didn't recover the cost for, based on the 2012-13 values, not today's values, so we still think this is offering them quite a bargain. We said if you want to pay us the $28 million, roughly, to make us whole, we could consider an exception, and you would pay then today's connection fees for additional expansion. So under the one scenario, they would pay us $45 million for the 130 gallon per day expansion. Under the other scenario, the 190,000 gallon per day scenario, they would have to pay roughly $56 million. So we haven't heard a response back yet. We think we will get some responses. You all may get some responses, or some calls or questions, which is why we're here today. There are a few other considerations. We've gotten these questions historically. In the 2017 timeframe, well, actually in the 2015 timeframe, when they added that second bottling line, they also added some burden on our sewer system. Most of their water is consumed, but when you're talking enough water to serve a small neighborhood, even little increases in your sewer discharge, even though it's a small percentage, can impact the sewer system. We had to actually do a special project that we should have called the Niagara project. We had to expand our Prologis lift station just to handle those volumes. That project cost us another $1.5 million that we did not directly recover. We were not able to directly recover from Niagara. That cost was spread out over our system. So they have referred a few times to the number of jobs they provide. We've been out there a few times. We've seen about 15 people when we've been out there. They say they've got about 100 total employed.
They're invisible.
Well, maybe if you count truck drivers and stuff, I don't know. We're a little not sure how they have gotten to the 100 number. We could probably get that. And we've been asked a couple of times about tax revenue. So sales tax revenue
We get none, zero, from that bottling facility being in Aurora. Sales tax on bottled water is a point of sales tax. So no matter where the water is bottled, it's dependent upon what's sold in the stores. Anybody who goes and buys bottled water in the Denver metro area is probably buying bottled water bottled at that facility, but they don't know that. They pay sales tax in all the different areas where the water is sold, not from that facility. So there's zero sales tax revenue benefit from the water bottling facility being in Aurora. If it expanded, we would get no increased sales tax. If it went away, we would get no less sales tax. So that's the primary source of tax revenue we get from most operations, and that's how it works at Niagara.
Councilmember Bergen.
Do we know if they got an incentive?
I think I can answer that right here. Not to interrupt you.
No.
Well, I was reading. The City of Aurora approved an incentive package for Niagara bottling, which included tax waivers and rebates totaling approximately $500,000. These incentives were contingent upon the company maintaining 36 new jobs at the facility.
Thank you. The answer is yes. It wasn't
City Attorney.
So Marshall, again, as I stepped into this new role, I mean, I've been learning about water law. It's just absolutely fascinating. But when we talk about these large producers, is there something in the agreement with them that if we have, like we did a couple of years ago, like, you know, limitation of water that we're having to conserve, can you lower their ability to use water during those periods, or how does that work?
Yeah, great question. The way our water management plan works, we can't necessarily force them to use less, but we can charge them more money if they don't use less. So they have a choice, essentially. Use less or get charged more. So that's the way the water.
What do they usually do?
They usually call us and complain, and then pay a little more. It appeared the one year they did adjust a little bit to use less. The other thing that I didn't include in the presentation, or I may have on the slide, they also requested, I think it was on this slide actually, they requested an exception from our sewer billing charges. So sewer billing is based on water use in the winter quarter months. They came in and said, hey, we only discharge a teeny bit back to your sewer, so we'd like to not be charged our full wastewater bill. We also denied that request and said, no, you're having huge cost impacts on our system. We're charging you the full sewer bill as if this normally went back to the sewer. So we have done a little bit of an adjustment there that helps slightly correct some of the cost burden. It kind of helps cover this 1.4. Now it's going to take us decades to recover the cost burden of the 1.4 impact for that lift station, but that's how we're trying to offset that cost.
Mayor Pro Tem, then Councilmember Bergen.
I should say that Niagara is a good community partner. They donate bottled water to multiple things across the city upon request, especially. Let's see, if you could tell somehow that the water produced is sold in Aurora, arguably there's a type of an offset of water used out of our tap for drinking? To a small degree?
That's a stretch.
Theoretically, people would drink less out of the taps. However, the water bottle sales don't care where the water's bottled, so they're going to sell the same amount. So we would have a larger benefit if we imported bottled water from somewhere else. Okay. People consumed that. This would be a better benefit.
And then finally, I think it's been considered to quote unquote buy them out. Like, here's $50 million for your facility, and have a nice day. Is that a possibility?
It's not something they've offered to us at this
They have
point.
not offered that. They've not put that on the table. They've talked to us about their level of investment in the facility. So we would be willing to put an offer on the table to buy them I don't know what that would look like, but it theoretically could be possible to offer to buy them out to get the value of that water back. That could be a discussion we would be willing to have.
Councilmember Vernon.
Yeah, this is mind-boggling that we have this company that uses so much water, and basically their business model is take the water out of our system, put it in a bottle, then sell it, and again, like you mentioned, we get no sales tax revenue. They sell it, and the person that buys that bottled water is drinking water that basically comes out of our faucet. And so the consumer is actually paying for water that could be free. Just in terms of the usage, I know that we're offering them to pay more, but I don't even think that's a good proposal from the perspective of the use of such a volume of water. When we get constituents that get concerned about water rate increases and so forth, and how do you justify to the consumers, to the constituents, that we're allowing a company to have this magnitude of water usage, and yet, okay, we're gonna increase your rates. So I know that they possibly could pay the money, but how does that help us sustain our system in the future?
Yeah, good question.
And we have to conserve, yeah.
We've struggled with this a couple of times, obviously, as they've come in and talked to us repeatedly. So keep in mind, the rate costs are our operating costs. They are paying their full share of rate costs. So regardless of what happens, there wouldn't be an impact on existing customers. Where there could be and would be an impact, or has been an impact, is on our new customers. When they come in to connect to our system, and this is one of the reasons we totally redid our connection fee structure. The way it existed back in 2012 is it just took all the costs of that raw water supply, treatment, distribution, just all our costs to create the ability to provide service, and it put them in a big bucket, and it averaged them out over meter sizes. But the assumptions used in that process were that meters were only really active for a few hours a day. Niagara, their meter, the reason they hit those volumes is it's a 24/7 operation. They are shoving as much water as possible through a really large meter all day, every day. Our fee structure never anticipated that. So that's one of the things we corrected. But because of averaging the fee costs out, what had been happening was all of the development, all of the new connections that were coming into Aurora were sharing those cost burdens. So that's what we've tried to fit, or that's what we have fixed in our fee structure. The reason we thought it was appropriate to put this offer together is if they pay those volumes, those will go into the fee bucket. We would use those revenues to go acquire and develop water supplies.
Which is limited.
Which are very limited, and the costs continue to go up, but we could recover that cost burden that right now in our fee structure had to be spread out amongst the other connectors to the system. So this would help keep our connection fees for other new customers lower as we're seeing those cost increases for acquiring, developing new supplies.
Follow up.
Yes.
So as we're doing all the conservation efforts, no turf, in front yards, limited in backyards, when we hit a drought period and then we put in those surcharges to our customers, they're still able to use that same volume of water. So we can't shut off the amount of water.
They have a choice right now, the way it's set up. They can either reduce their use or they can pay a significant surcharge.
Right, but they're still using, they're going to still use the water
to your
while everybody else is having to conserve.
One thing we could do if they came back and said, yeah, we've got $60 whatever million and we want to move forward, we could say there are a couple of other things we need to do. So you would need to reduce your use in a drought. We would have to do something like that by special agreement, but that is a possibility of something we can do.
Councilmember Coombs.
So yeah, just on that rate, surcharge situation during a drought, that still doesn't cover the cost of acquiring the supply.
It doesn't. The drought surcharges are really set up to cover the cost of leasing. So it's not a permanent acquisition, it's a short-term solution. So the surcharge would pay us revenue that we could theoretically go spend to lease water from somewhere else, which is what we've done in the past, to bring additional supplies in that drought into our system. So they are helping cover that direct cost burden, but it doesn't provide a permanent solution to avoid a future drought.
Marshall, so I get why we don't want large water users. Why is it that Denver invites them? Is it because they're an older, more established system?
Yeah, another great question. Aurora is a young system, so we came to the water table late in the late 1950s, 1960s. The water rights that we're acquiring that work well in our system are significantly older than our system. But Denver, for example, was around a lot longer than another 100 years further than us. And when they looked at acquiring water supplies 100 years before we started, they were acquiring water supplies that were even older than they were. So they have old, really well-established water rights. When water rights, the way they function in Colorado is when water in a river system is short, the state engineer calls out lower priority rights. So the older your rights are, the less impacted they are. So we have to account for that when we build our system and all of our supply. We have to assume, we look at historical usage, future trends, and we say, hey, we acquired 100 acre-feet of water, but we know based on its priority date, it's only going to give us an average of 80 acre-feet of water because it's going to get called out. So Denver had multiple advantages. One, they had older water rights, and two, they had more water rights. And so a couple of the recent customers we talked to that were high water use customers that were interested in coming to Aurora landed in Denver.
Further questions or comments? No, thanks for the presentation. Great job, Marshall.
All right, we're going to move real quick. Letitia's going to walk us through a strategic plan, and then we'll take our break. I know some of you are hot. We are working with facilities to try and see what we can do. Apologize. What's that?
I'm gonna fall asleep.
We're going to do lunch and then have a nice nap. It'll be good. It's all right. So. Okay, so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Letitia. And then she's going to walk us through our strategic plan. As you all know, we came to you all last year, gave you an update. She'll give you kind of the point to where we got to with our 5 outcomes, what we've done in the interim, and where we currently stand. So with that, hopefully I've tap danced long enough to Letitia pull up her presentation. Any questions before we kick it off, though? Some walk-up music? You want to see? Yeah, we should start picking walk-up music. I like that. There we go. Okay.
Okay, I apologize. Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm Letitia Callanan, the Strategy and Performance Manager for the city. As Jason explained, I'm just going to...
We need you to speak up. It's just yeah, because there's no amplification of the mic. So sorry.
Sorry.
That's just for the recording.
All right, sorry about that. I'm suffering from a bit of a cold, so excuse me. So, good morning, Letitia Callanan, Strategy and Performance Manager. So we're going to start off with just going over our strategy map. This is what we brought to you last year in the winter, and it goes over what our vision is, our mission, our core values, which guides our work every day. And then also it goes over our bedrock practices, which are inherent in the work that we do every day. And then what we brought last year was the 5 community-focused outcomes, which basically is representation of what our priorities are and what our outcomes are for the community. Since that time, we have worked to then move forward with developing priorities based on your input. So last year, we also had you do a brainstorming exercise with us where you came up with about 489 ideas. What we used those ideas for was to get your policy direction that we were able to then come back, analyze, and distill down into 19 specific initiatives. This chart just shows you that for every outcome, there's at least 3 to 5 initiatives that came from it. And I'll be going through each of those in the next few slides. Here we have well managed. So, and underneath the first paragraph is basically what the defining characteristics of what it means to be well managed for the city of Aurora. And then from there, we took, there was about 90 ideas that came forward from council. We looked at those and we categorized them into areas such as employment, employee recruitment, engagement, leadership development, infrastructure management, process improvement, and improved transparency. You can see here that we have 5 initiatives going from 1.1 to 1.5. And what you heard earlier today is a large action that would fall under 1.3, which is prioritizing existing and future funding opportunities to maintain, expand, and replace the city's critical infrastructure and assets. You'll also see one around optimizing process improvement, and also the last one is strengthening public trust through organizational transparency and legal and ethical behavior. The next outcome is healthy, and again, the paragraph just defines what those characteristics are to be a healthy city. What you'll see here is we have 3 initiatives. These 3 are focused first on developing and maintaining infrastructure to improve multimodal mobility across the city. And the second one is around supporting and enhancing and optimizing our parks, recreation, and open space for the benefit of the community. And then the third initiative is around our water supply, developing, protect, manage, and conserve our limited water supplies through progressive and effective long-range planning and partnerships, which is what we heard from our speaker just before me, Marshall. The next outcome is safe. There were about 100 or so ideas around what it means to be safe and what your priorities are. We filtered those down into 3 initiatives that focus on growing public trust by planning and investing in community partnerships. The second one is around responding to safety and enforcement-related issues using data to deploy the right assets and resources in the right places at the right time. And the third one is around promoting and managing safety for the public in our built environment. Something to just point out here is we recognize that safety is not just police and fire, but it's also a shared responsibility across the organization with the community as well. And finally, the last outcome is economically strong. Oh, I'm sorry, the fourth. Thank you. I'm rushing a little bit too much. Economically strong. So here we have close to 100 ideas that were around enhancing economic development sectors, small business development, and improving the development process for commercial and residential, as well as maintaining a strong financial profile. I won't read all of these to you, but we have 5 here. finally, the final ones is connected and engaged. Here we heard from you that we wanted to concentrate on the importance of expanding opportunities for community engagement through the arts and entertainment, also intentional designing of spaces for social connection, and better engagement with the community to respond to their quality of life, interests, needs, and priorities. And I think you can see just from what we've been talking about this morning with Build Up Aurora, we can see all of that type of work going into that. Here we have our next phases, which consists of what we're doing today, which is communicating the initiatives internally and externally. We're also going to be utilizing a new system called Invisio. It's a software platform that's going to help us track progress towards these initiatives, and then we'll be able to report out through the development of dashboards. We're also going to be looking at incorporating some performance measures as we work through this. So that's what we're going to be spending this next year doing, is getting comfortable with the system, getting comfortable with the reporting requirements, and then developing these public dashboards. And with that, I'm happy to answer questions.
Going back to tie some of these things in, one of the other kind of themes that's come out of this as we look at the strategic plan is kind of a mantra of plan the work and then work the plan. And so you all have heard several different efforts, whether it is Build Up Aurora, where we're developing that strategic plan. Several of your policy committees have had different departments come to you all and brief you on their strategic plans. I'm just looking at Chief Otten over there. So he came to Public Safety Committee a few months ago, updated them on the AFR strategic plan. And again, that's not separate from what we're doing here. That is nested in there. So his strategic plan has direct ties to not only the SAFE goal, but several of the other goals as well. And so those things are there. Each of our departments, as they go through and do a master plan, strategic plan, as we do Build Up Aurora, all of those things are nesting into this work, and you'll kind of hear us again talk about making sure that we're planning the work and then we're working the plan. So that's kind of where we're at and what questions you all have for us.
Councilmember Bergen.
Yeah, we had talked about the Invisio software, so I'm excited that we're incorporating that to track performance metrics. Can you tell us approximately when that dashboard would look like you would have available?
Sure. So as I mentioned, we're going to use this time to start reporting out at management staff to show qualitative results, and so that takes us to report narratives about how we're doing out on our progress. But we're looking for 2026 for the launch of dashboards.
So this year's going to be kind of internal with your directors and us as we refine it, and then by the end of the year, we're hoping to be at a place where we can then.
And that Invisio is across all departments. Is that public safety as well?
Yes, that's actually, so that's when I talk about, again, looking at Chief Otten, as he's put his strategic plan, a lot of it into Invisio so that it rolls up automatically. And so that's where we're working with a lot of departments as they develop those plans to make sure that they're not having to work in two different systems.
Mayor, can I just ask a question?
Councilmember Lawson.
So just a question too, and I mean, I know that this probably doesn't, I probably should have brought this up when we were doing the strategic plan.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm just looking at it from things that, maybe from the legislative side, because it does sometimes impact things that we do in the city and could impact strategic things based on funding and all of that. Has that been thought to be implemented?
I think it's a good question. Let's you and I and Liz.
Just to see if there's some type of nexus there.
That's a great point. Let's you and I and Liz sit down and talk about that, because I know Liz, at each department, each of our operations has, so Liz has done that, but let us share with that, because again, so much of what she does is through Pfizer, and so that's a great point. So let's you and I and Liz sit down if you're okay with that, and we'll kind of walk that through and make sure the work that the work that you all are doing, we want to make sure that's reflected. That's a very good point.
Okay. Further questions or comments? Seeing none, thanks so much for the presentation. Thanks for your work on this. Unless there's objection, I'd like to just go ahead and move to budget update. Okay, break. The time is now 10:30. We'll be back at 10:40. budget man.
Greg, he's up, he's ready to go. So once you get your colleagues in, we're ready to go. I'll go give the announcement out there. We're ready to go. Thank you.
How are you? It's hot in here.
I do my meetings quarterly and they're jam-packed.
The agenda says Greg is giving the presentation, but as we all know, it's the tradition at the spring workshop for the newest director to give the budget presentation. So if you'll join me in welcoming Brian Green. There we go. Hey, we got another break. No, with that, I'll turn it over to Greg. This is one where we want to give you guys an update, and then just keep this going. So, and Councilmember Bergen doing the walk-up music, so I like it. So I was going to play the Emperor's March for Greg. Dun, 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 dun. All right.
Greg, I was playing It's Getting Hot in here, but not because of the temperature, because you're hot.
Okay. Okay. Greg already has legal counsel and has called the city attorney.
He's on fire. He's good at his job.
I am blushing now. Greg Hayes, budget guy. Yeah, this is not a great presentation. I'm sorry. I've actually talked to a couple people about this, and I got called Dr. Doom. But I did want to say, Cory Booker, senator from New Jersey, recently just broke a record. He talked for 25 hours. In Congress.
Don't even think about it.
Jason said that I could try to beat that.
That's why I turned the heat up. I want to make it hard.
So, table of contents, page 1. Acknowledge it. Okay, I'm done. All right. Little bit about what we're going to talk about today. The general fund. A lot of this is we already talked to you about during the winter workshop, right? We got some news. It's not quite as good as we want it to be. So we're going to go get into some more details now. 2024 general fund, we added a bit to funds available. 2025, we're looking okay so far. Leads forecast came in. I'm going to talk to you about that. And the fact of the matter is we're still not balanced. And we've got issues both on the operating side and the capital side. So a little bit about general fund looking back. Year end, we netted about $4 million. When I talked to you before, I thought it was going to be more like $3 million. We found a little bit more money in usable operating funds. It's about 1%. Good news is all of our reserves are fully funded. Operating revenues about 0.9% better. So pretty good, right kind of where we want to be. A bit of a bummer, sales tax was under projection. We projected 4.5, it came in at 3.7. But luckily audit revenue came up and saved our bacon, as did interest revenue. Operating expenses very close to what we projected, 0.4%. Better. Personal services about 1% under the projection, and we did reappropriate some budget. This is a bad one that we're going to talk about a little bit later. $7 million in decreases in the CPF transfer revenue. All right? Almost all of that in the last quarter of 2024. So we're kind of falling off a cliff a little bit. We're expecting this to continue. More information to come. Current state, we're a little bit short of budget at the moment. We've only got a couple of months of actuals in, so it's way too early to sound the alarms, but we're about $1.3 million short of our revenues through February. Sales tax is about $1.6 million off. Lodger's tax is about 20% off. Lodger's tax kind of fell off a cliff mid last year, and it's stayed down. Luckily, audit and interest revenue are still coming in strong. Capital-related use tax continues to be weak. That's one thing that I just talked about. So, I want you to remember this number, that sales tax collection being about 1.6 million off, because that's going to lead to the leads projection and kind of whether their projections make sense or not. Recent sales tax, we continued on. I've talked to you about this before. We had a situation where we were taking quarterly filers and we were cleaning it up, and they should have been monthly filers. So we turned quarterly filers into monthly filers. And what happened is it caused a situation where when they weren't paying quarterly anymore, that quarterly month went down, but then the other months went up, and you ended up with this little dance, down, up, up, down, up, up, down, up, up. January was a little bit of a continuation of that. So 2% down. January is an important thing to us because it's all of you buying Christmas presents. So it's the single biggest month of the year for us. We need to hit that number. So not a great number. February was a great number. February actually was due almost completely to one single check from a place that we'd never gotten a check from before. All right, so without going into the details, I would put it into the terms of utilities. We received a check, and it's a big check with some backdated payments and such like that. That's going on. We think we're going to get some into the future, but it won't be anything like that. Without that check, that would have been about 2% down again.
The up and down with the quarterly payments, that's going to continue, right?
Now, what's going to happen is it's going to become in our base, right? So over time, as these quarterly payers who used to pay January and then April and July, now they're going to be paying month to month to month. So after a while, that's going to smooth out. Okay. That'll go into our base. Sales tax over time. The whole thing I want to point out. By the way, I'm going to be hitting you with some technical economic terms. One of them is blah. Today. One of the things that we're seeing is that, look at this line. So we're sitting there around the 3 to 4 or 5%. Post-COVID, we were doing great, falling off, and we're projected to fall some more. So growth, but slowing growth. We call it sloth. Feel free to use that.
But Greg, wasn't that part of that because of the influx of COVID monies that sort of...
The influx of COVID, this is actually in the general fund. This is actually in the general fund. The COVID monies actually came into gifts and grants, a completely different fund. This had a lot to do with COVID ending and the fact that during this year nobody was buying anything except for toilet paper. Again, after that. 2025 expenditures year to date, we're trending a little bit less than budget, kind of in the ballpark of our budget, so that's good. Turnover is trending up a little bit. Notice I put the turnover numbers over the side. We were pretty high a couple years ago. We dropped down to 12.7. Now we're trending back up again. About 116 vacant position, police and fire positions right now in the general fund. We do continue to stay under almost all of the other, the federal, the state and local, the private sector, all have a lot more turnover than we do, but ours is trending up a little. All right, so let's talk Leeds revenue projections. Leeds School of Business, CU Boulder, they're the ones that do our revenue projections for sales tax, property tax, and our use taxes, building material, equipment. It's a scholarly examination of our revenues and what they do. They use economic inputs and other factors, personal income, retail trade, GDP. They use all these economic factors. And basically what they say is that what's going on in the nation is going to affect what's going on in Colorado. What's going on in Colorado is going to affect what's going on in Aurora. And they're using all this data and sources. These people are smarter than I'll ever be. So if you ever want to have them talk, they're pretty smart, pretty amazing people.
Greg, let me ask you, I just wondered if they captured the most recent stuff out of Washington, which is crazy.
You're raising a very good question. They gave us this information probably about 3 weeks ago or so. We had a meeting with them. They said, one of the things they said is, if they had more time, they would have lowered their projection a little.
Yeah.
All right? So, and I'm going to talk about risks at the end of this. I think what I would say is that we would use their projection as is, but there are downside risks that we should just take into account. Yes?
I know at least one year they were off.
They were off during COVID. I think everybody was off during COVID.
Was that the year?
Yeah.
Okay.
That was the year.
And on any projection, the only way is like, we're always off. The question is like, are we generally trending the right way? And then kind of what is that magnitude of it? As you know, we've talked to you in the past, we typically try and be off so that we're on the sort of conservative side. We want to come back to you with good news, not bad news. As the economy is cold going into this year and next year, we're taking out some of our conservative assumptions, so we're probably a little closer to, you know, where we think we're going to be without some of that just conservative nature of, you know, where we're at.
And I'll go into that in some detail here in a little bit. So, long story short, anything happening in the national economy changes our numbers. So, let's look at their economic indicators. Inflation. Inflation is expected to be kind of flat, better than a couple years ago when it was crazy. The bad news for the city of Aurora, kind of like it when inflation is high, because our sales tax is higher. When things cost more, we make more. So, a little bit of blah right there.
Okay, we won't coach you on that.
Here's the Leeds Business Confidence Index. A lot of places do a business confidence index. This is theirs. What I want to point out, their 2025 number. So that line that's right there is neutral. If you're above the line, you're happy. If you're below the line, you're sad. They're pretty blah coming up into the future. U.S. non-farm employment growth. What I wanted to point out here, look at 2021, 603,000, down to 380, down to 216, down to 168, down to 138. That's looking pretty blah as well. A lot of flatness going on. Personal income and savings. I gave you this chart last year. I thought it was very interesting. Still is the case. We are saving as a nation at a rate kind of like we were saving during the Great Recession. Almost nothing. What that means, especially in a city like Aurora, that is based on somebody buying something, there's not a lot of money sitting in a savings account of the typical American. Blah, again. Last but not least, Colorado labor shortage. I guess this isn't last. Last year, there were 2 jobs for each person when I talked to you. Job openings, there were 2 jobs for each person. Now, unemployment's going up, job openings are coming down. Now it's closer to 1 to 1. And then last but not least, yeah, you're going to have to memorize all of this. Now, this is just Colorado's rank among other cities. You'll notice these, or other states, you'll notice we're pretty low on almost every one of these economic factors. The reason why is because we've had 15 years of basically being number 1.
Yeah.
Right? Colorado's been so hot recently, and it's hard to grow on growth. And I talked to this a little bit last year. It's just hard to grow on growth, and other states are catching up.
Cost of living.
So it kind of makes sense that we'd see some softening, we'd see some blah. We're not going to grow into that next thing because we've already grown a lot. And then I love this. This is, I stole all of this from the Leeds School of Business, but this is one of my favorite slides they've had. The risks coming up, and that's a great point, Mayor. You look up in here and you'll see a lot of words that you hear in the news every day that I'm not even listening to now anymore because the whole thing just makes me sad. Immigration policy, federal government pullbacks, CRE is commercial real estate, artificial intelligence, foreign policy, tariffs. We had another word, tarified. Feel free to use that. There's a lot going on out there that we don't know. There's a lot of uncertainty. You're going to see some numbers. They're a little on the grim side. But this, I think this means that there are downside risks to the numbers that they gave us.
Could be good.
Could be worse. So their model, they give us a model that has 3 different lines to it, an optimistic, a baseline, and a pessimistic, and then each one of those, they'll do in a higher or lower bounds to each one. So they give us quite a bit of data to work with. We typically use the baseline and then do something with it. All right, so in good times, like during add times, one of the worst things that we can do is to add too much. And so you've talked to us, you've heard us talk about giving things a haircut. Right, so we'll use their line, but just use kind of slightly muted line of their numbers. In a case like this where we're cutting, the worst thing I can do is to cut something we didn't need to cut. All right, so we're going to try to do the opposite for that. So let's talk a little bit about the Leeds projection. What we're using is a base mix. Sales tax and auto is going to be less in the short term, but we're going to grow out of it. It's going to be more in the long term. Less in the short term. Capital related is weaker throughout the 5-year plan. We'll talk about that more in a little bit. Property tax here is irrelevant because we're over the table limit, so their projections for our property tax don't mean as much because we already know the line we're going to have with that. So we're going to use what's called a base mix. So the opposite of a haircut is we're actually going to give extensions to our base in the first couple of years, and then use the base after that. So what does that look like? So you will notice our budget numbers are over on the left-hand side. Their base increase is right after that. This column right here. Base plus is 10% more. So what we did is we said, all right, we're gonna increase their projections by 10%. We're not changing the line. We're just going to change what we feel about it in the first couple of years and then go back to base in the out years. All right? Here's the impact of the shortfall in sales tax alone. Losing about $4.5 million in 2025, $10 million in 2026, and then we start making money after that. I broke out what the effect of the capital projects fund, because 4% of our revenue goes to the capital projects fund. The rest of it stays in the general fund. That'll be the impact of sales tax. And I've highlighted the increases that we're going to be using in the Leeds School of Business. Same thing on the auto use tax side. Shortfalls in the near term, better in the long term. Basically, it's a V. They've got a V going on in their projections with 2026 as the bottom part of the V. On capital related, there's your building material use tax and equipment use tax. Worse over time. Oh, by the way, I did want to point this out. On the sales tax side, we're about $1.6 million off after a couple of months. So we're kind of in the ballpark of this number, right? It kind of makes some sense. It's maybe a little bit worse at the moment, but we could easily see some changes to where this number makes a lot of sense. So right now, that passes the sniff test for me. Their projection passes the sniff test with what we're seeing right now. Building material use tax, kind of problematic throughout. And this passes the sniff test for me as well because we were short $7 million in 2024. So this is just a continuation. It's like that shortfall is in our base. And it's going to remain in our base. Yes.
Okay. How are you showing such a shortfall for the following years when we have all this in our pipeline for development?
We'll talk about development a little bit later.
Yeah. That is a good question. So yeah, some weakening, some shortfalls. Long story short, operating funds are going to have some issues early, but look better later. This shortfall, so that shortfall in 2026 in the general fund, $13.4 million, is in addition to the $11.5 million that we had in the budget book. So we're looking at about $25 million in the general fund. In the capital projects fund, we're going to have to balance. Remember, we have to balance every year of the 5-year plan in the capital projects fund. So all of that is going to be something that we're going to have to deal with. So our plans for balancing in the general fund, there's 2 ways to balance the fund. You can either cut or go find new revenue. On the cut side, we've got several different options and types. Top down, bottom up. Top down is council management saying, hey, we should do something. Bottom up is a department going, hey, I've got an idea. What if we do less of something? Right? We can affect other funds. So we have other funds, and especially like in the pros area where they've got Conservation Trust Fund, Parks Development, they've got other funds that we could move some general fund dollars into. So we're going to be looking at that as well. Employee effects, pay and insurance assumptions, furloughs, everything is on the table for this. On new revenue, we are going to be looking at new revenue, cost recoveries through fees. The good news about fees, we don't have to go to citizens. We don't have to go to a vote, so we can adjust those. Tax increases, bigger numbers, that does take a vote. So it's harder to get done. But we'll be looking at all of this. Thank you all very much for creating the recession set aside. That's on the table for us to use as well.
Real quick on the tax increases, just so we're also clear, the timing of that, it doesn't lend itself to balancing the 2026 budget in the sense that even if we went to voters, we wouldn't know that until November. We will have adopted the 2026 budget.
And the 27th.
No, just the 26th. We will have adopted, if you go to voters in this year, we will have adopted the 2026 budget before that. So again, it's not saying that tax increases are off the table. It's just the timing doesn't work as we're going forward with Build Up Aurora. As you all know, we're doing surveying, we're doing polling. I think realistically, so you all know, I am not planning and can't plan on a tax increase to balance the 2026 budget. I think that question is better left as part of Build Up Aurora to see what the appetite is for that. So no surprises. I think we should talk about it, but that's probably a longer term solution, not a 2026 balancing option.
Absolutely agree. So yeah, the use of recession set aside is on the table as well.
How much is the recession set aside?
About $25 million. It's 5%.
Okay.
So,
How much room do you think we have in terms of fees?
We've got some different areas, Mayor. We'll come back to you guys with some options. You're gonna hear a little bit about it from Laura in terms of the rec fund. That's our second thing. We've been briefing you all on that. We have some ability with our other fees, our 911 fee. We've been to you all in the past, so that's some ability where we have do some things. And then in terms of tweaking our fees, we always do that every year as part of the budget to look at making sure we're getting the cost recovery, or if there's a policy decision that says, hey, we're going to cover this much or that much, we make sure we're doing it. What we're exploring, and we're not ready for it yet, but we'll be coming to you all in the coming weeks and months to talk about some new fees. So to your point, Mayor, yes, the area where I think we have some potential for impactful to operations and the budget are some potential new fees, but we're just not there yet.
When you bring forward new fees, will you also look at the consequence of the new fee to possibly reduce revenue? Because if it has an effect to do the opposite with less investment because fees went up.
We will look at that, yeah.
Makes sense. We're not charging fees in other cities. Those are the toolbox that we have in place in order to balance on our general fund side. On the capital side, same thing. We either cut or find new revenue, right? On the cuts, we're going to focus on carry forwards. A carry forward is just a big term for a project that you have budgeted, but you just haven't done it yet. So it's kind of sitting in the past. We've got several projects that haven't taken off in 3 years. So all of those can be looked at are the important projects if we haven't touched them in a while. All right?
In terms of delay, in terms of...
At this point, probably given the balancing over 5 years, we're going to revisit them from, look, this was a good idea at some point, we haven't done the project, does it remain a good idea? And that's what we're at.
Yep. And I also like the idea of on the capital project side of pausing, right? We've got a lot of work that we're doing. Can we just take a year off and maybe not add more projects to the capital projects fund? So that sort of thing. We're going to take a hard look at funds available set-asides. We've got a couple funds available set-asides in the capital projects fund. The green fund, we had some money for cybersecurity. The match funds, which I love match funds because we got to use our money to go get more money out in the world. But if we have to balance our 5-year plan, that's on the table as well. We are going to be looking at additional revenue in there, and I'm going to give you a great example. Interest was higher in the capital projects fund than I projected last year, so I'm going to up my interest projections, which is going to help us to stave off this. Yes?
Can you remind me what's the green fund?
Sure. Green fund, there's $1 million that we set up years and years ago. And what it was $1 million for us to go do a project that would save money over time. So maybe we would go and put LED lights in something, and then therefore our electricity costs would go down. And then what we would do is we would repay the green fund, this $1 million, with the savings of whatever change we made.
We've done most of the low-hanging fruit in the city. The first ones we did is you guys, if you've ever been in this building after 5 p.m. and you're sitting in a room very still, I think some of you were yelling me at before that, the lights in the hallway go off. That's part of the green fund, right? We put in those things where if it's not movement, it goes off. That was part of it. LEDs were part of it. I think we did solar panels on the municipal court. We've done most of the low-hanging fruit. There's obviously more to do on that, but then the payback, typically our payback period on that, we really wanted to make sure we were paying back the fund within 5 years.
3 to 5 years.
3 to 5 years, and if it wasn't that, we're like, well, is that really the purpose of the fund? So with that, we enforced the savings, we've paid back the fund, that money's sitting there. I don't think we're looking at a lot of projects that would meet that requirement, so that's again, at this point, we're like, all right, we should put those funds into balancing the CPF.
Jason, I did not know that you were the one that caused me to have to go like that when I'm at my desk.
That's right.
Interesting.
I have a couple of follow-up questions. So, for the green fund, are those projects that are under $1 million that we would, or just that we would?
Typically, they have been. I want to say, I say that with the exception of, I think when we did the solar panels on the municipal court, it might have been either close to $1 million or maybe more than $1 million, and we might have brought some other.
It was a little more.
I think we brought some different resources into that when we did it.
But we would bring it back to $1 million.
But it's typically, because it's $1 million in the green fund.
And we haven't used it in a while, right? We used it back when $1 million was a lot of money.
And then just my last question, what are some, we've hit the low-hanging fruit, what's the medium, big, the opportunity cost, I guess, that we...
I don't know. That's a good question. I'd have to think about that a little bit. What other...
Mine. Cindy.
Cindy ran off.
Cindy left. Right,
she's right there.
I'm saying no.
There you are. All right, there we go. Anything come to mind on some of those larger projects that maybe didn't have the payback period on the green fund on energy and efficiency?
It was just the low-hanging fruit, LEDs and items like that. Part of the issue is the control system being upgraded as well.
So we haven't done an analysis of what else we could use the money for.
Yes.
Is interest revenue referring to revenue generated by our investment portfolio?
Yes.
So I'm curious, a lot of that's out of our control, right? Because we don't control interest rates. Are there opportunities to become more aggressive?
as a city, I think, and do you want to speak to what the rules are in terms of interest and where we can put money? But we kind of do it as a citywide whole. Can we be more aggressive with?
I think that our policy would prohibit us being too aggressive. We usually look at safety, liquidity, and risk.
In that order.
In that order. So I doubt that we would become more aggressive. We look for opportunities, though. I mean, that's clear in our portfolio as we find those, and we stay longer when the rates are higher.
We've done some innovative things in the past. If you remember a few years ago, when there was just sort of some deltas in foreign sovereign debt that were issued in the dollar, so they were called Yankee bonds. So essentially, we didn't have the interest or the currency risk. We did that. That was one where I think we were able to get it still meeting our investment criteria. So we'll look for those opportunities. But from a staff perspective, we would tell you we would continue our investment strategy of risk, liquidity, and return in that order.
Well, and that's why I'm asking, because, I mean, really, the opportunity to capture more revenue from our investment portfolio is pretty minimal.
Well, I think it's the fact that just interest rates are up right now. I think that's what Greg's referring to. Again, we've been relatively conserve.
But do we have maturities coming up that we could reinvest?
Yes, that's part of our liquidity piece of it. We typically are not investing out. Probably average yield on most of our stuff is typically under 18 months.
Yes, yes.
Just because for liquidity reasons.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we could certainly look at that and see. That's a fair question.
But a good point on that. If your rates went from 1.5% to 2%, that's 25%, right? So you could see some pretty big numbers. So that's it. That's my. Do you have any other questions? Any other input?
Process-wise, want to kind of give you all an update of where we're at. There was a question on development. So process-wise, as Greg said, we kind of just got the leads numbers. We're really diving in, really continuing to tweak that. We've kind of got early returns on it. Over the next couple months, we're really trying to develop what that strategy is. I will tell you that our balancing is going to be a combination of both top-down and bottoms-up. So the executive team and directors are going to be looking at, kind of those big picture things that we think we need to do, as well as giving our departments the opportunity to say, hey, this is what's going on here. We have some opportunities there. So it'll be a combination of those two. And we'll be doing those things. We will be looking at other funds. You're going to hear from Laura today about the rec fund next. That's going to be part of it. I teed up the 911 fund. We have some ability there to do a fee increase to make sure that we can continue to shift costs over to that fee. That's something that typically our general fund has paid a lot of that on for our operators. We put $1 million this year of our 911 costs out of the general fund into the 911 fund. We're going to continue that. So there's the opportunity to put another $1 million or $2 million. So we're going to continue to transfer those costs over time. And so those are things that we'll do. We're going to plan, we're going to have a multi-year plan for that recession reserve. So you're not going to see us come in and go, hey, let's use all $25 million to balance 2026. What we want to do is say, hey, let's take a portion of that. Is that number 8 million, 10 million, 12 million in 2026? And then because it's one-time use, likely we won't have grown out of that, so then you'll see a smaller number. So it might be something like, hey, let's use 9 million in 2026, 4 million in 2027, so that we have a multi-year plan for that recession reserve that you all were wise and pretty prescient in terms of setting aside. So we appreciate that.
And we will pay it back.
And then as we get into that 5 year, we'll have a plan to kind of pay those dollars back.
That's what we're
So that's the that was the emergency reserve fund that we set
Specific
aside.
for recessions.
Okay, for recessions, but then our other, I know we have a Tabor reserve, and then, so that's.
Tabor reserve, policy reserve,
I know you
and
can't-
operating
I know.
reserve, all those are fully funded.
But we can't use any of the operating reserve?
Well, I would tell you what I would reserve when Greg said that there's that downside risk. I would say that the operating reserve is there for that downside risk. So
Okay.
that if the event that, hey, we project sales tax is going to be at this level, if it comes in at 2% lower than that, we don't have to hit the panic button. We've got that reserve to say, okay, and we're okay.
And how much is in the operating reserve?
3%, so it's probably
It's
about.
about 12 million,
Yeah.
something
That's all?
like that. 15 million.
Well, for the policy reserve is 10%, and so that's going to be
Oh.
probably.
Oh, you mean the 10% reserve? Oh gosh, 40?
Yes, I mean, when we talk about our reserves, we are well-funded. Now,
Right.
remember, the policy reserve in particular, not supposed to be used for fluctuations in revenue, but that's the operating reserve. We're comfortable with that. You saw this year that we're still looking at maybe not exactly hitting our budget projections on revenues and expenditures. I'm not, other than it's hot in here, I'm not in a sweat because we've got the operating reserve, because we're well-managed. Now, with that said, we are looking forward. We're not.
And I just want to say, as a couple of us being on council a long time, a few and some others here, not everyone was on board to put additional money in reserves, and we did make that decision, but there were a few that were not on board.
When everybody talks about the rainy day fund, and you all did it when the sun was shining and the clouds are gathering, so we
Mayor
appreciate
Pro
it.
Tem, then Councilmember Gardner.
Sorry if I missed this. We're always forecasting. Leaves helps to forecast shortfalls and revenue. Did we underestimate the shortfalls? Did we miscalculate 2 years ago? Did we see how large this would be?
I wouldn't say that we underestimated. I think we've been talking about this coming for a while now. I think the very recent, so the difference between last year's projection and this year's projection is fairly new, but we knew, even when we talked last year, that we had this shortfall in 2026. We knew we had to deal with it. We didn't know it was going to be as high as this, but I think, though, it's always been on our radar.
Are we just saying this is inflation, or would you call it recessionary?
It's not a recessionary. I would say a softening. Right? If you look at those sales tax numbers that's on there, there are no negatives. But if you're going from 4% to 2%, and that 2% drops off forever, that's how you're getting this kind of combo factor of already having a shortfall and then adding to it. And especially because the shortfalls are in the near term. If the shortfalls were in 2029, I wouldn't be setting the alarm that I'm setting now.
Councilmember Gardner, then Councilmember Borg.
Can you talk a little bit about some of the fees staff has talked about, like transportation maintenance fee or what?
Yeah, so it's one of the things we're looking at is, are there some new fees that we could look at? So one of those that we're looking at is we have a number of different costs, significant costs that we're spending for things to overall maintenance of our transportation network. I'd say maintenance and operation of our transportation network. So we spend millions of dollars a year on our streetlights, to pay to keep those lights on, for non-routine maintenance, for things like that. So that's an area that we're looking at. Do we have the ability to put a fee? There are other cities that have similar fees. So we're looking at, is there an opportunity there? Are there other costs, understanding that, and this is a good discussion, so thank you for bringing it up. Our transportation system is a priority for council. You all have made that clear, right? We've worked very hard over the last several years. And that was the initial part of Build Up Aurora, was getting back to maintaining our streets. So that transportation network is a policy priority from you all. So hearing that, what we're doing as staff is exploring, are there opportunities to make sure we're maintaining it at the level, operating it at the level that you all expect, and then is there opportunity for a reasonable fee to help us do that and make sure we maintain that? Because looking back in past histories, sometimes that maintenance of this large infrastructure, when budget times are tough, sometimes it's easy to say, hey, let's maybe tweak down on that a little bit, and then it's hard. And so that's what I guess part of this fee discussion is. Let's not necessarily repeat some of that. Let's have a funding source that stays with that. So that's one of the areas we're looking at. On the 911 fee, as you all remember, that's on every single fee. The state legislature's given us some ability. You all were kind enough to let us raise that a couple years ago. We have the ability to continue to raise that. We're not close to the state maximum. I think we've got, I think it's like $1.70 a phone line, something like right now. Sorry, Liz.
$1.79.
$1.79. Thank you, Liz. And I think the state max is at $2. $2.12. So we've got some ability to continue to increase that. As I've said, we are certainly, the general fund is still carrying a large portion of our costs associated with our 911 operation, our 911 system. So that's an area we want to look at. Can we continue to perhaps get a higher cost recovery out of the E911 fee and shift more costs over there?
Councilmember Bergen, then Councilmember Moreno.
Yeah, so the point you made on maintenance, which, way back in, 2008 or 7 or whatever it was, where the maintenance was deferred, and we ended up with obviously that huge deficit, and then build up Aurora. So we did, in policy, we did allocate monies that will have to go be transferred. I mean, it's not a choice. It's by
Yes, you all have that
ordinance.
there, and that's on I would say that's on road maintenance, but
Yes.
and when we're talking about that transportation maintenance, we're talking about that broader transportation maintenance system to look at all the different components,
Right.
and that's that fee that we're looking at. So that's looking at
Right,
streetlights,
but
that's looking at signals, that's looking
But the
at.
road maintenance is.
That's in there. You all
that's
given
in
us
there as
that
a
by policy,
percentage,
and
by
Greg
policy.
tells you that when he's doing the CPF calculations, that is continuing to comply with that direction you've given us.
That's right. Councilmember Maria.
Will you remind me on that transportation fee idea, who would feel the?
So that's one of the things that we have to look at. So any fee that you do, you have to have a nexus to how you're calculating that fee, the cost you're recovering. So that's the work we're doing now. What would that look like? And so it would, and that's, we don't have that answer yet. It's going to be a combination of residences, businesses, those things. And so that's what we're looking at, is to try to figure out what is that distribution, what's the nexus for that fee.
We currently charge a transportation fee on new residential development, but we don't charge one on commercial development.
And that's on an impact, so that's building new infrastructure. This one is, again, more on the ongoing maintenance piece. But you're right, sir. No, you're right.
Okay. Further questions or comments? City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Hey, Greg, just kind of planning for the future, I noticed you said something about the V in 2026, and again, I know you don't have a crystal ball, but do you have a lot of faith in that? I mean, I guess for planning purposes, for the directors and council appointees, I mean, we end up having to cut a lot for 2026, but it looks like in 2027, we may rebound. I'm just trying to get an idea of.
That's the reason for, so essentially, when you look at recessions, and Greg talked about a V-shape, that's sort of a relatively swift downturn with a relatively swift upturn. The recession that I caused, thanks, Greg, Greg likes to remind me, was U-shaped. So if you remember the Great Recession, it went down, dropped,
for several years,
there,
right,
and then it came back up. So that's one of the things you're doing, and that's one of the reasons, because of that, you're not going to see Greg and I say, if our confidence level was super high, we'd say, don't cut anything, throw all 25 million into the V and smooth it out. What you just heard me say, those numbers in terms of 10 million, 12 million for year one with the plan for year two, and then not taking all 25 million, that is our hedge. That, okay, if this turns out to be a little more prolonged, a little more U-shaped, we have some cushion. And then the other thing you heard Greg say is, just like when times are good, Greg is Mr. Buzzkill and tries to take the top off and says, let's make sure it comes in. He's Kevin Bacon in Animal House, on when downturns. Remain calm! Because he's, all is well. Because we're trying to not rush to the bottom. So to your point, we don't want to hit directors too hard. So when times are good, he's Mr. Buzzkill. When times are bad, he's sunny side up. It's okay. It's gonna be okay. So that's how we approach it, because there's just uncertainty in those forecasts.
Let me tell you, I think the downside risk is as great as COVID with what's coming out of the White House with the tariff policy and the chaos. There's a risk that it could turn out great, it could turn out really bad, but there's a big downside risk. Councilmember Maria.
Thank you. I would just like to request that references to movies made in 1978.
Don't even say it.
Maybe there are some opportunities to improve, update,
I have shown my Gen X creds very well.
our references. I had to Google. So, just so you know.
Very good.
Yes.
I think Jurinsky was.
I'm sorry.
I think Jurinsky was wanted to say something.
Councilmember Jurinsky.
Yeah, thank you. I will yield some of what I want to say because of the upcoming presentation from the pros department, but I would also like to add that I proudly was not a part of a council that authorized to build a $26 million parking lot in the city of Aurora that gets almost no use. Instead of talking about fees and tax increases and stuff like that, I don't hear anybody talking really about cuts. And one of the first cuts that I think that should be looked at is our own travel budgets, personally on council. I also think that there are several groups in this city that we offer either free things to or millions and millions of dollars to that I don't think are well representative of Aurora. And I think that before we talk anything about fees or tax increases, I don't know who's talking while I'm talking, but could you please stop? Before we jump to fees or tax increases, there is a lot of wasteful spending in this city, and I am wholeheartedly very disappointed in my colleagues with Monday night's vote. We were told that sending DVs to the county would save us somewhere in the realm of $3 to $4 million, and we're talking about negotiating $2.5 million.
I'm sorry to interrupt. That was an exec session, just a reminder, I'm sorry.
Yeah, what are the penalties for revealing information talked about in executive session again?
There technically isn't penalty, just waives our privilege, so I just want to remind all council, please, yeah.
Yeah, so we continue to put our city at risk when we are not confidential.
I don't care. This council is not a serious council when it comes to talking about how we're going to balance a budget. We have plans, we make plans, and then we turn out to be all over the place. So I would like our personal travel budgets looked at. I would like serious consideration about sending the DVs to the county. I would like to look at groups and organizations that we fund that I don't think are doing anything for the city of Aurora. I would like to move forward with selling off vacant properties that are covered in graffiti and filled with broken windows. I would like to look at selling those things off. And then, like I said, the rest of it, I will yield to the pros presentation that is getting ready to come forward, because I think another problem in this city is there's not enough business minds, and we leave a lot of money on the table.
Mayor?
Further, Councilmember Cruz.
That changes it.
So I just want to be really clear that one of the least serious things that happens on this council is the absolute disregard of the charter and the rules in relation to how we engage with staff, in relation to how we engage with our policies, in relation to how we engage with executive sessions. So no, just no to all of the conversation about the policy decisions recommended by professionals being unserious from a person who has no regard for any level of policy making, research, rules, and our charter. Just no, not today.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
Are we going to allow back and forth, Mayor?
Councilmember Drewski, to the budget, please.
Yeah, decorum, please.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'll leave it at decorum.
Okay, very well. Are there any further questions or comments related to the budget? Seeing none, we will take a break, a 15-minute break, since even if I say a 10-minute break, you'll take a 15-minute break. So we will return at 11:45.
Question, I think, so we all have a question. Rec fund is our last item. You have two options. You can either grab your box lunch and we can have a working lunch, or when we come back, you can power through and grab your box lunch on your way out the door. It is council's call. Who wants to eat in the heat?
I don't mind. Let's do it.
It's your call. Whatever you guys want to do.
Let's do it. Let's go forward.
Whatever works.
So yeah, we can take the break and then we'll just go through, but that's just let you know that lunch is all ready once you're ready. So we'll get set up, we'll take the break, and we'll be ready to go here in 15 minutes.
Hey, everybody. Let's go.
Presentation will be talking about the Recreation Fund, and I will be co-piloting this presentation with Brian Green, our new PROS director. So today, this is a great segue off of Greg's presentation on the budget. So at the direction of council, we have been looking at our recreation fund in terms of cost recovery. And this is a continued presentation from our spring workshop from last year, where council approved a 10% increase in fees for adult memberships, swim lessons, and rentals. And the ask of council a year ago was to come back to you again to talk about the next year of revenue increases, which we will get into that here today. But we also have some questions for you today around expenditures. So currently the recreation fund receives a transfer from the general fund, and in light of our general fund budget, we are looking for direction from council today on expenditure reductions that you all would like us to look into further and/or pursue. And then last, we'll be providing you all an update on the Beck Recreation Center today. We've been providing updates to you all about investigations on that center, and we'll be talking about next steps. So without further ado, I'm going to hand it to Brian to walk you through slides.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you, everybody, for the time to be able to present to you today on what we've been doing last year and what we plan to do this year and beyond. I have Manager of Recreation, Winter Steger, back here, and my Manager of Business Services, Tom Tully, helping me out. And for the last part of the presentation, Cindy Cullum from Public Works also is here with information about Beck. So a few background slides, a little bit of catch up from what we've been doing last year. In December of 2024, we did our annual customer service survey. So the purpose, collecting feedback, getting the status of our facilities and offerings, and just getting the general impressions from our customers that are coming into our rec centers. So we were able to get 691 responses from Beck Central, Moorhead, and Southeast. And I'll discuss a few of the findings. So as far as customer service survey results, we have really good, favorable results. We are very popular with our customers, and the biggest reasons are because we are close. They've chosen our facilities because they're close to their homes. They've chosen them because of price, and they've chosen because they like the amenities. So the primary reason for visiting, the top three were fitness areas, pools, and gymnasiums. Not surprisingly. So our overall experience at our rec centers between excellent and very good is 93%. That's a very high. So we're very proud of that. Our staff are doing a great job. We think the center offers good value for the price, and 96% say yes. How likely are you to recommend 96%? Well, excuse me, 99%. That's just kind of unheard of. But the reason we're here today is to talk more about recreation, financial sustainability, and the path forward. We recognize the city's current financial situation. That direction from council to continue to look at this and come back to you with what we are doing. We need to ensure that the rec center operations and programming are financially viable within the city's financial structure that Greg described so well in the presentation before. How we're going to get there, we're going to activate our cost recovery model in combination with benchmarking. We're going to focus on opportunities to improve revenue. We're going to identify cost-saving opportunities and partnerships. To do this, we'll be evaluating facility use charges against financial sustainability. With the ultimate goal, the challenge here on this slide is to reduce the general fund transfer to the recreation fund. That's the message. That's where we're headed. So, back in 2023, we introduced the financial sustainability concept, the cost recovery model based on the community benefit. In 2024 and now in 2025, we're focusing on a very small subset of fee increases, working on growing programs, getting participants in these programs, and then also always being mindful of expense reductions. So in 2025, we transferred some expenses to other funds, kind of a method that Greg mentioned earlier about moving things out of the rec fund and general fund into other opportunity funds like the Conservation Trust Fund, things like that. We increased the center entry fees, sports field rentals, and swim lessons that Laura mentioned. And we increased the adult membership fees. So 2026 and beyond, building on that effort, we have some recommendations for continued fee increases, continued user group growth, and continued expense reductions. It's a combination of the three to help get us there. As a reminder, this is our goal. This is our aspirational goal, is to become financially sustainable within these cost recovery goals. It's going to take us a little while to get there. This is year 2. Year 2. Next will be year 3. In 23, the model was endorsed that basically the concept that programs that serve the common good will have a lower cost recovery, and programs that focus on individuals getting that service will have a higher cost recovery. ranges will be defined over time, and we'll work our way to get there. This slide has a lot of numbers on it. It's in your backup. But it's important that it shows a trend that our subsidy, the general fund subsidy as a percent of expenses, has increased quite a bit with the additions of things like Moorhead Central Rec Center, COVID, Southeast Rec Center. And you see on the very bottom line the number of FTEs in that fund. Now, we've done a lot of work in the last 2 years to head back the other direction, and the trend is improving, but we still need to do more work. There's, through a combination of additional revenues and expenditure reductions, that's what we need to support the sustainability. We are doing a very good job of currently managing the expense budgets, or the expenses below budget. So, Recreation Fund financial highlights in our revenue line, you'll see a nice trend that we are increasing each year in the amount of revenue. And we actually came in higher in 2024 than we expected to from the budget numbers. Doing this through continued growth in rec center usage, some outside vendor partnerships, and also, and now going into this first quarter of 2025, we're seeing the results of those increased fees. Adult admissions, swim lessons, and field. We've done a really good job of activating the field house and increasing the revenue there. $134,000 in 2023, and it's up to $6,000 in 2024. Building on that success. Now the orange lines that we've added in here are the expense lines. And taking the numbers off to make it a little easier to see. Even though our revenues are increasing, so are the expenses. We've reorganization and moving some people around in different funds and actually cutting some programs. We've moved or eliminated 11 FTEs from the rec fund. We're back to 93, which is equivalent to 2018. We've implemented over $600,000 in expense reductions through these efforts and others. We privatized the custodial service and actually have an added expense or a replacement expense with that outside custodial service. We also expanded private security. This is another big add that we did to enhance visitor safety, enhance the staff safety, and improve that user experience in our major rec centers during the times when they're the busiest. That's when we have armed security staff in there to help with managing those safety items. And it's been very successful. Very good feedback from our staff as well as our recipe for stronger fiscal future is to continue robust marketing efforts, identify and develop programs for all ages in a safe environment. This one's one we're going to talk about next, is simplifying recreation center memberships. We're going to continue to increase our cost recovery. We wanted some guidance on evaluating some free program offerings that we're doing currently, and then a modest fee increase to help cover growing costs. Marketing focus for 25 and 26, we're really targeting our marketing plans towards those programs that are revenue generating, but that also have capacity. So we're focusing on sports, preschool, rentals of our spaces, and memberships, try to maximize those benefit of those fee increases that we've seen. Kind of a general overview of recreation. What do? We provide over 900 programs and over 3,800 sessions for citizens that use our services. Our rec center membership benefits include drop-in programming like basketball, volleyball, pickleball, swimming, fitness. To help out folks that qualify, we have a very strong scholarship program that provides a 50% discount on those membership programs. Other discounts include veterans benefits or veterans discounts and resident discounts. When you add it all up, we're seeing 1.2 million people through 137,000 people participating in our programs, 625,000 approximately at our centers. and over 500,000 in the rentals, which are like field rentals and tournaments. So these are like the softball tournaments, like fireworks, that uses our fields all throughout the city around the 4th of July. And all the people that they bring in is over 500,000 total through the year. Here's where we get to the meat of it. Is fees were last comprehensively increased in 2019. And as we've shown, our revenues are not keeping pace with the cost of these services. And last year we came and we talked about proposing 3 years worth of fee increases to try to catch up. And that was in 2020, a 10%, 25, 26, and 27. Council's guidance last year was to go ahead with a 10% fee increase for swim lessons, adult center memberships, and field rentals. And you asked us to come back, and here we are. That is kind of the next step. What we're recommending is to take this 10% fee increase that we added to memberships and field rentals and broaden that out. Apply that to youth and sports adults fees, individual fees, team fees, classes, and other activities. And I want to be clear that this would be a 10% increase for all ages, all user groups, kind of broadly across our system. That's what we're recommending. I want to give you some examples. I want to know what's that impact like. What does that really mean to the people that you serve and that we serve? So here's some program examples, like a youth soccer 12 and under program. Current fee is $138, so that's practices, that's games, that's a whole series of soccer for 12 and under. That fee would go from $138 to $150. So we put some other examples on here that include our most popular programs in the rec system and across all age categories. Toward the bottom are our older adult programs. So an active adult quilting program now is $15, and that's basically 1 day a week for 4 weeks. Go from 15 to 17. So everybody would help participate in this cost recovery model and try to get us closer to where we need to be in terms of recreation sustainability. Do we have any questions about this one, or can I just thought that might be?
So we just implemented a 10% increase last year.
Limited number of fees.
Oh, unlimited number, okay. So
we broadened it.
Okay, got it, sorry.
So none of these were counted under that?
None of these were increased,
Okay,
except for a swim lesson, the guppy swim lesson.
Okay.
It was.
I don't know if I'm going to do that adult active. Well, now that they've raised the fee. Okay.
Seriousness, though. The quilt and the line dance.
I don't know if it was on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What is the amount that this was?
He should do
The 10% increase we're proposing this year, broadened base program fee would increase our revenue to $173.
Okay, so.
I will roll it up later in another slide.
Okay, I'll wait then.
Okay, that's good.
Yep.
Right. Rec Center memberships. This year, quarter one of 2020, January 2025, we implemented this 10% increase across adult memberships in the Rec Center. Now, what we're suggesting for 2026 is that we broaden that out to the other age groups that have memberships, and also this would be a second year of 10% increase to those adult memberships. So the adult memberships, we'll be seeing a second increase to the age groups that we're seeing it for the first time. And we also want to take this opportunity to standardize our fees across the system. We have a very complex, I'll show it on the next 4 slides, we have kind of a very complex way of menu options for people. And we want to simplify that membership structure to help us reduce our administrative burden. It'll help things move faster in the centers. People can get those memberships purchased quicker. It'll also improve cost recovery. It'll make it a lot easier to market. Right now we have to market this big grid of things that is really complex and hard for people to understand. So there's 4 of these slides. The first one, they're all kind of the same. On the left is current membership structure and pricing, and on the right is a recommended membership structure and pricing. This one's special because this was a group that we called younger adults. And I'm not sure how long that's been in place, but it's been in place a long time. But it's our smallest category. Only 10% of our memberships are in this age group, 18 to 26. So it's, what we're proposing is to move that, to consolidate this whole group in with the rest of the adults, so 18 to 61. Much simpler, much more standard across the industry. And it's also, it'll help us simplify quite a bit. And it's affecting only 10% of our membership, so it's a smaller number. Not that there's no impact. So this is where we would combine that whole group of adults, 18 to 61. We would go from 5 different types of memberships that you can now choose from. These are all for one center. The all-center one obviously is for all the centers. We would combine that into 2 types. One for all the small centers. If you're in one of the smaller centers, Moorhead at ACAA Utah, you get this membership. If you want one that goes to every center we offer, they can use this one. And this incorporates the average of those plus 10% to get us that 10% increase that we're asking for. So our older adults, they had a more generalized version of the smaller ones, but we're just basically showing that 10% increase and going to just 2. So instead of an older adult maybe buying a single membership to one center, they're going to see a 10% increase, but they can go to multiple centers with that pass. And then they step up to the all-center pass, of course. This is an important point on the bottom of the slide, is that a lot of our older adults have insurance benefits that help offset these costs for them. If they're involved, if their insurance company provides them a Silver Sneakers benefit or a Renew Act benefit, we have about 36% of our adults that are using that insurance benefit.
Councilmember, that's a question.
Sorry.
I was gonna wait till we're done with the slide. Just the being able to go to one center as opposed to several of the small centers, what does the behavior look like? Like, do people go to different centers often, or from my experience, you find the one that you like and you kind of just keep going there?
That is what we see overall.
Yeah.
I agree with you. That is the majority of what we see is people going to one, like the first slide says, closest to their home, whatever closest to them. But take your grandkids and take them to Moorhead. Shots fired. NCAA or something. Town membership would allow you to get in with your grandkids.
I'm assuming that's going to be how we like talk about it and market it.
We'll market that a little bit.
It's like the first, I guess, talking point didn't really pass the like snuff test. I was like, but maybe.
Yeah. I think the important talking point is one of the most important talking points is that we're out of balance with this fee versus our cost recovery. So that's kind of the main talking point. We're trying to package it in a way that does have some benefits, some ancillary benefits. You could, but really it is, we're asking for the 10% fee increase to try to help balance those costs.
That's clear.
All right, our youth. Most important is that, again, we will be combining these to where our youth will have a small center membership option or an all-center membership option. These are the ones we see kind of move around a little more because they will go with their friends to the one rec center and then go to Southeast, or they go to Central, try out the slides at Southeast, and then try out the slides at Central. So I think this is when we see people migrate around more, and most of our memberships are over here. Then it's just the single center ones. But
Did you say most are over here?
yeah.
Well, yeah, but Central and Southeast, obviously, because of their volume, that is the majority of our youth memberships when you quantify it to a percentage versus the single center, just because the single center doesn't have as much use.
That's memory.
Yeah, I have a little bit of heartburn from the jump on Moorhead to the small center, especially hearing that the majority of the youth membership is not even anywhere near Moorhead.
Yeah, we are looking at this one because it was set really, really low when Moorhead was opened in 2017. That was a council directive at the time, was to keep it really, really low.
Makes sense from an income standpoint, but yeah.
And less now than it did then, maybe, because of all the development around. But
Development has impacted that area.
So that is a,
Is there any way we could soften that jump? I mean, I get it, I hear you, but that's a big jump. Like, none of the other categories have as steep of a jump.
And that's exactly the direction we're looking for from you all today of, hey, you know, maybe you all tell us we don't want to increase the fees at all. So, you know, but the comment of we'd like to see something a little bit less, well, we can certainly look at that.
thank you for that. Any other questions on youth?
Not you specifically, but can you talk about how you determine the delta between resident and non-resident?
So these are based on our current fees and then a 10% increase. So how that delta was created years ago, I'm not sure. Leonard, do you know the history on the delta between?
I don't remember I believe there's a policy or a
Percentage.
There's a percentage base that we have on every fee. I'd have to go to our fee schedule to see what that is, but it's the difference between resident and non-resident, and we charge that on every fee from memberships to our programs. There's a non-resident and a resident fee, and there's a set percentage. I just don't remember what that number is offhand.
Because I'd be curious to look at that more, and I'd be curious, non-residents that are coming into our system, why? And are they going to be less price sensitive because maybe they're coming here for convenience purposes? They live on a border, they're not close to a rec center in their city, so they come to ours, so it's convenient anyways. And so I would rather have non-residents pay a higher cost and a lower cost for our residents.
The largest volume of our users are the residents. So if we can definitely increase that delta, but it doesn't move the needle much in terms of cost recovery, if that's our goal. Yes, we got a lot more slides, we got a lot more charts.
Okay, so please, go ahead.
Okay. Moving on to rentals, this was one that we increased in 2025, and we would ask for that increase again. This is the facilities that people rent and come use in our facilities. So the rec centers that have rentable multi-purpose rooms, they can rent courts, they can rent pool lap lanes. We have 90 rentable locations that includes fields, turf fields, ball fields, tennis courts, pickleball courts, all kinds of things. 10% increase on those rentals would net us an additional $141,000. Here's some examples. So each of the centers, Central, Moorhead, Southeast, their room rates, and those rooms aren't all the same size, so that's why the rates are different. They're based on square footage and capacity. Here's some fields: Olympic Park, Aurora Sports Park, Expo Tennis Courts. Just some examples of where those would go with a 10% increase. This is kind of the slide we were all leading to. Is we need council's input and support on whether they're favor us working to streamline these memberships and drop in admissions, whether the 10% fee increase on rec center memberships for all categories that would net the 284, all program increases, the 10% increase to all programs is the 173, and the additional 10% on the rentals of centers and schools. So we can gain in revenue with these incremental fee increases about $600,000 towards offsetting the support.
Okay, further comments, Councilmember Gardner.
I guess what I'd be curious to see is how we compare to private options in parts of the city, at least where private options exist, because, so this is a best case scenario. This assumes that an increase in sports teams, for example, doesn't cause somebody who's a parent of 3 kids to find a different option. And so if we, to Councilmember Bergen's point earlier, if we increase fees, that might cause people to not use our system, right? Or go somewhere else, or, you know, maybe that delta is so small that I'm just going to go here because it's less crowded rather than the City of Aurora facility. So this is literally a best case scenario, and frankly not that much of what we need to fill. What was the shortfall, Greg or Jason, that we need to?
20+ million, and you know, this is
and we're talking $500,000. So doesn't solve our problem, first of all. doesn't mean we don't need to do it, but it does not solve our problem. And second of all, I'd want to see how this compares to other options that exist, like private I-9 and Achieve Sports, and there's all kinds of different other options, because we could just push users to those, and then we're not actually seeing any money, but the people who don't have other options are just paying more. So I'd be curious to see how if we can compare costs.
Councilmember Moreno, then Councilmember Burke.
Can I respond real quick? One thing to say about that. We did look at the cost of memberships across 66 municipalities. So CPRA has that data and reports that data. We report our data to them, they report back to us. And we are well below the average of those 66 municipalities for memberships. We don't have that kind of data, and we were working to do some benchmarking on our fees, the program fees that you're describing. But in general, what we have found is that we are also at or below the average of all municipalities. I don't think we pulled any numbers from private organizations, so
Councilmember Moreno.
Just, I guess, to piggyback off that, that's great to know that, like, on an average basis, we're lower, but the bordering cities, like, when we were talking about the scenario of convenience, like, if you're gonna go to a Denver facility, so I'd be interested to know how we compare to facilities that border Aurora that people are likely to go to.
So Denver specifically is extremely subsidized. So when we compare ourselves to Denver, that would be one that's going to be on the lower side compared to us.
Again, just like, what are the options?
Yep.
You know, like, my district borders Denver, like, almost all over. So people have Central Park, Montbello, so they might just opt to go there as opposed to coming here.
And just a little bit of rhetorical response to that, or anecdotal, what we've seen this year with our increases in adult fees, swim lessons, we have not seen attrition. We are still waitlisted on our swim lesson program fees. We are one of the lowest in the state for swim lessons. We consistently have more people trying to register for those programs than we can accommodate in our pools. So.
Councilmember Burke. And then Councilmember Combs.
Yes, on the tournaments,
yes.
How is that charged, and what percentage do we get? Because does some of it go to Visit Aurora, or does it all come to the city, or?
So the way I understand our contract with a tournament organizer is we have a specific agreement that deals with all the rentals of all the fields that they need to use. We negotiate that fee with them based on our schedule of fees for rentals, and that's what we're asking to increase, is we're actually increase the percentage. We directly contract with them.
Okay.
We partner with Visit Aurora on marketing and that kind of stuff.
Councilmember Combs.
So related to the rentals, not only tournaments, but I was thinking even more so room rentals, we do allow nonprofits to have lower fees, right? So I wonder if we could do, I don't think, to Councilmember Gardner's point, that this doesn't make a huge impact. Everything makes some impact, and so I'm not saying don't do it at all, but can we look at maybe even higher room rental fees? Just because I think that's not like the day-to-day, functions and services that the community is relying on. And there is some offset for folks that may have some hardship.
What you're alluding to is exactly what we have on that continuum. It's like a room rental really only benefits those individuals that are in that room, renting that room. And that should be a higher cost recovery percentage than swim lesson. It benefits everybody.
Right.
Okay, further questions or comments? Please proceed.
Mayor Jersey.
Oh, Councilmember Jersey.
Yeah, thank you. So to the comment about folks that live on the border of Aurora and Denver, and they may start to go to a Montbello Center or Central Park Center, my guess is they're going to pay the non-resident much higher fee in Denver. So I don't see that as being a problem. I think our rates have been so low for such a long time. And when it comes to some of the group sports, I don't know about you, Councilmember Sundberg. I don't know that we've ever actually talked about it, but I personally sponsor about 6 or 7 of the softball teams. I sponsor a soccer team. Most of these group sports, they have business sponsorships. So that's going to be that's going to be their sponsors paying that 10% higher fee. So I also don't see that as more of a pinch on individuals.
Please proceed. Further questions, comments, and then please proceed then.
I think we wanted to pause to get direction from you all as to whether we should proceed moving down the path with recognition there's been some additional information requested, and we're working on that and can provide that to you all.
Councilmember Varga.
Yeah, I mean, I was a little bit hesitant at first on the increase, but I think it's reasonable, especially you did your analysis of other municipalities and certainly as to cost recovery.
I'm comfortable with the direction we're going. I mean, I think it'd be good to get some more information that was requested.
Okay. Further questions, comments? And I think the direction is good. I support it.
For timing, just for you all to understand, like one of the reasons we're doing it with budget is notice it says 2026. We're really looking as we go to balance 2026 budget. We want to understand this. We want to understand the impact on the rec subsidy. So that's why we're asking for this for guidance. You'll see that guidance reflected in our 2026 budget. So as we do fee setting, as we do subsidy, that's where you'll see this reflected. No changes this year. We've already made those changes, but as we start to plan for next year, that's why we're doing it now.
Councilmember Hancock, then Councilmember
Just a question. I know that at Utah Park, we're revising the basketball courts and eventually adding the pickleball and that. How do we collect any revenue from those things, or how does that, or are they just all free? Because I know down by Yale there's they've kind of ad hoc turned that tennis court into a pickleball court because I see them playing down there all the time. But what are we doing with that?
So that's a good question. We had a lot of requests for tennis lessons, for example. And one of the changes we made a year ago was to eliminate that position of tennis instructor because it was really hard to fill. We couldn't get anybody to stay in that position long enough to really build that clientele. So we're in a professional service agreement with an outside provider. So we are getting revenue from pickleball courts and tennis courts and things like that that are involved in this professional services agreement, where we're using like Expo Moorhead or Expo Meadow Hills and Meadowwood. Those tennis, there's three fourplexes that are involved in that professional service agreement. So that outside professional has, they're registering people, and we're getting a percentage of that revenue. So we do try to program that, and it's really hard. We had a gentleman in this week who really was questioning our balance on having that professional service going on there. There are times when people just walk up because that's going on. So we get a fine balance with those things, but we do enter those kinds of things.
Yeah, I was just wondering how that was working.
That's right, Mario.
Yeah, just to put a finer point on my earlier request, the Moorhead piece, and then I think I don't know what the correct radius is, but especially for a lot of border communities between Denver or other cities that we might border that offer rec center, I'm saying $2 for a local or a $4. So we might not be competitive on a daily pass necessarily, but I don't know if if Central Park or Montbello are considered. Denver has 3 different tiers, and I think some of these we absolutely would be competitive. I just don't know that information, so that's what I would like to know.
Absolutely. Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Further questions or comments?
Okay, we're halfway there, guys. We're getting out of here.
Okay.
Promise.
Okay, so.
Jumping to the expenditure side now.
Yep.
Okay.
A little more scary. Ready? Everybody ready? Done eating? Ready? All right. Expenditure reduction options. We've identified some really expenses that have really no cost recovery. So this is kind of the free offerings that we make to our community. We want to really talk through a little bit about how council may or may not support these ideas. So, and this is just to kind of tee it up. This is an example. We'll go through each one of these special events are non-subsidized, non-revenue generating. We have 3 older outdoor pools that are very low cost recovery. They're not doing very well in terms of attendance and revenue. And then we offer a lot of free things during the school breaks that we actually spend money on, not just free admission, but we program those free times that people are in the rec center. So just We're not talking about Global Fest in that group. That's kind of an event that's housed in a different department that we assist with. Totals do not account for potential revenue generation if we were to. So, first one we want to talk through is.
What are the outdoor?
We'll get there. One more slide.
Okay, sorry.
Glad I got your
was jumping the gun, I'm sorry.
Special events. These are special events that are funded in the Recreation Fund. There's no admission charge for these. There's limited sponsorship opportunities. We really, really work hard and don't have a lot of traction with sponsors for these. And Pros Operations and Maintenance also has to provide an incredible amount of support for these that is also taking them away from other things they could be doing. So each one of these events is a specific budgeted item in our line item budget. These are the expenses associated with them, and then the attendance on the right to kind of give an indication of the impact. So the biggest one on here is our 4th of July Spectacular. Half that number is just in the fireworks itself. And it's attended by about 3,000 people on the Great Lawn, 3,200 people. But overall, we're spending about $361,000 on 12,000 attendees to these events. So there's an opportunity here to cut some things that are really high expenses that don't have any cost recovery. Where cutting these wouldn't also have a revenue reduction associated with it.
How are you determining the attendance? Because I can guarantee you there's more than 3,200 people watching the fireworks on 4th of July, without a doubt.
These are the numbers that, okay, I'm sorry, these are the attendance numbers that we have, that we're reporting.
But are you just counting like people sitting on the Great Lawn?
Yes.
I mean, because people are all over the place.
Of course.
Okay.
Understood.
And so is
these are the ones we're hosting here.
To understand your proposal, you're saying to cut these events?
Well, I think these are things to discuss, options that are expenses that have no revenue. I told you this was the scary part.
Well, it's not scary, it's crazy.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, people love the 4th of July Spectacular. In respect to the entire budget, this is pretty, nominal. I mean, maybe some of them could be cut, some of the smaller ones, but I guess you have to kind of look at what the public expects, and we've had the 4th of July, I guess forever, right? Are there any opportunities at some of the events to make money? So rather than cut them, can we, I don't know what that would look like, but maybe the vendors, and then we have more booths, and then we take a cut, and we could actually get closer to revenue neutral.
We have in the past done certain events that we charge for parking, for example. That every one of those things is a logistical add as well. It requires an expense add. So I think that could be done if that's the guidance we get, is to try to become more revenue or more cost neutral.
Each vendor pays a fee to have a booth at each of our events. There is a fee. Yes, but in terms of revenues on the sales of their products, there's not currently a cut.
So this is just the expense. You're not showing what revenues we make?
I didn't show the revenues because it's rather insignificant. Those fees are pretty low because we're trying to encourage those vendors to come and be part of our event. Yep. It's actually very, very low.
Okay.
Councilmember Gardner, then Councilmember Coombs.
Well, there's also going to be revenue that we cannot account for. For example, Aurora has a fireworks show, so I'll bring my family to dinner somewhere over here, and that brings sales tax revenue back to the city. If Aurora gets rid of their fireworks show, I'm going to Parker, I'm going somewhere else to watch fireworks, and I'm going to go to dinner in those cities. So to say that, there's not revenue generated for the city, I don't think is correct at all. There's a lot of kind of tertiary revenue. It's the same concept we're talking about with an entertainment complex. It's not just the event, but it's all the stuff around it.
Councilmember Coombs.
So these are just the expenses without the offset of any revenue that may come in.
That's true.
Okay, like a direct revenue.
Insignificant.
Yeah, the direct revenue.
We didn't try to calculate indirect.
Yeah, I think essentially these are hundreds of thousands of dollars of expenses. We're probably all told across all these talking thousands of dollars of direct revenue. So really insignificant in the scheme of it.
So my other question is, for example, the S'mores on the Shore, you already have to reserve and sign up to go to that. So that wouldn't be difficult to add a $10 charge to or something that would then help offset that revenue. A lot of these other ones, I think it would be pretty difficult to charge any type of an admission. But yeah, so I think that's the other question, right? Yeah, so I guess you could do the charge for parking, which could help offset revenue. So just thoughts.
Yeah, just kind of on that same like thread. Yeah, I think 4th of July. I don't even know. Yeah, I feel like we shouldn't even talk about that. Yeah, cross it out. Silly.
Sorry.
And to be clear, I am not advocating we cut the veteran salute. In fact, I try to advocate to get veterans cheaper access to our Parks and Rec department via admission to our rec centers, so just to be clear. But I'm wondering why that is so high compared to the attendance.
This one's held at the Hyatt. It's got a very high
What is it?
expense.
I don't know.
Sit-down lunch.
It's chicken.
Plated lunch.
Plated lunch.
We go every year.
Yeah, that's one thing.
Style.
Okay, so is there an opportunity to like reimagine what some of these things look like? Because also the tree lighting, like if y'all have gone there, there's there's a couple of vendors, the like cinnamon nuts or whatever, and then the hot chocolate, and the line is like obnoxious. And everyone gets cranky that it takes so long, but everyone wants something, right? So like, could it be, I'm assuming we're paying for all of that, right? Like, could people like spend $1? You know, like I kind of like those kinds of ideas, like to try to offset it, because I think that would be doable.
I want to make sure that I point out that this is just that event that you're talking about, the night of when we go to the switch. This does not include the expense of the lunch.
One of the things that maybe you could add to, like park lights and movie nights, that's a multiple event.
Yes.
I mean, that's a number of nights. And so it's a question about the viability of that. But I think that would be great to include. I think that's the only event that has multiple.
S'mores on the Shore, park lights and movie nights.
So that.
First two.
Okay.
First two are
Councilman
serious.
Yeah, I think there's also kind of civic pride benefits that come from these. I don't want to live in a city that doesn't do fireworks or doesn't do a lot of these other kinds of events. And also, to Councilmember Bergen's point, I mean, we're almost talking a rounding error here, $361,000. But there's a lot of benefits to the city beyond just the revenue that it brings in. Things like keeping kids out of trouble by providing events for them to go to, so there's public safety benefit. Like, to me, this feels very short-sighted in terms of like a quick buck, but getting rid of things that have a lot of value to the city.
I'm sorry, Councilman.
I understand what you're doing. Because, I mean, from the perspective of everything's on the table, I think this is valid, so don't kill the messenger. He's just, he doesn't write the mail, he's just bringing it. So, to have that be as something that we should actually look at, I think is fair and it's reasonable, and it's us being good stewards of the money. But to, the other points that have been mentioned over and over again that I won't belabor, it also contributes to the pride of the city and the celebration of who we are. And other people from outside of our city come to these events. So, I think it's good to reference it, but ain't nobody gonna do it. Nobody's gonna do it.
So, I'm not referring to this slide, that's been talked about, but when you went back to the other slide for the 25,000 for the.
Next slide.
Well, I know, but it was mentioned on the other one to do a pause. Can you tell me why that was?
Have a whole slide.
Have a whole slide.
Okay, well then.
Go on slide by slide.
We're ready to go
Yep.
past this one?
Yep.
Just one thing, I wonder how much the Chamber event, Chamber does some kind of veterans event, or maybe it's more for active duty, to where I don't know how much that overlaps. So Jason?
So real quick, what I think I've heard, and Laura and I have actually had this conversation, I think what I've heard the majority of council say is you all think that these are civic pride events, that they're worthwhile doing, there's not a lot of impact there. Look to see if there's some ways to see a little bit more in terms of sponsorship, some other things. The other thing I will tell you that I think in terms of when we're talking about a rec fund and getting the rec fund to cost recovery, I think what you may see us is I may probably come in the budget, and I may take all this out and shift it out of the rec fund, put it into the general fund, so that the subsidy would go down, because I think we're spending the dollar twice. We're spending it to get it from the general fund to the rec fund. You're then seeing the expense here. I think what I've heard from you all, the guidance we've got is, yes, Brian, Laura, Jason, these are good events. Continue to make sure that they're effective, but they're civic pride events. I don't think they're directly related to active recreation.
Right.
So we'll probably move them to the general fund. You'll see them there. If there's other opportunities around them, we'll explore that. But again, as we focus on the rec fund, we want to, we are laser focused on cost recovery. And I think these are just what I'm hearing, and I agree with you. These are not really active recreation. These are, sort of civic pride events. We should do them, but then let's take them out of the rec fund. And that's what I'm hearing, and you'll probably see reflected in the budget.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Just very briefly, a resident chimed in here. Community tickets for Veterans Salute are only $15 to the park and rec locations. I recommend that ticket prices for community members be raised to $25 to $35 per person. I would pay that. I buy tickets every year for my organization. I think that the fees are too low.
Okay.
Veterans Salute.
Okay.
Mayor?
Councilmember Jaworski.
Yeah, thank you. I agree that the 4th of July spectacular and the holiday tree lighting bring a lot to our city. I don't think that those should be touched at all. On the grand scheme of things, we're a city of 400,000 people, and we're talking about attendance of 13,000. To Councilmember Gardner's point, maybe there's an additional 20, 30,000 spectators from wherever in the city for 4th of July. So call it 30,000, 40,000 spectators. I do think that the 4th of July spectacular and the holiday tree lighting should not be touched, but I think that for these other events, Councilmember Coombs said that maybe we charge $10 for s'mores on the shores. Parks, lights, and movie nights is many nights. Maybe we condense that down and not do so many nights. But I think outside of 4th of July and holiday tree lighting, I do think that we look at vendor opportunities, sponsorship opportunities, or a fee to attend the programs.
Further questions, comments? Okay, do you have the direction they need on this so far?
Yep, next one.
Councilmember Hancock, pools we were talking about. And then we'll get to Councilmember Lawson's. There we go.
Councilmember Lawson.
Village Green is in Ward 4, near Chambers in Florida.
Correct.
Pheasant Run is in Ward 5, near Chambers and Quincy. Aqua Vista, Ward 6, near south of Quincy Reservoir. Just kind of highlighted those areas with the wards, so we understood what pools we're talking about. See? There you go. Is there a pool? Yep. Okay.
Night.
So, yes, we did get this fixed. Good.
Oh, nice.
So, the city owns and operates 5 outdoor pools. Pheasant Run, Aqua Vista, and Village Green are the lowest performing ones. They're really expensive to operate. $170,000 collectively between those 3 pools is what the expense lines are for those pools. We bring in about $23,000 in revenue with 5,400 visits to those. So, Village Green, only 588 visits the entire summer. It's 2020. So, Aqua Vista, a little better, Pheasant Run. So, we're looking at cost recovery, and these things are like the outliers. When we see outliers, that's what we're kind of trying to bring to this group and talk about. We consider this as a that we want to try to change. Councilmember Varga.
Are you suggesting we sell the pools to a community? Or you're talking about closing them?
Likely closing them. These are the 3 older ones. We can't sell them. They're on designated parkland.
Oh.
So, but we can cut the expenses, stop operating them, consider reimagining them some way. Jason mentioned splash pads, which aren't that cheap to operate either, but they would be less than traditional pool with water costs and lifeguarding.
Councilmember Gardner and then Councilmember Coombs.
So, Brian, this is not a question for you. I'm curious why this is the only, and this is maybe going to be rhetorical, and people might think I'm being a smartass, but why is it that this is the only department we're hearing from in terms of expenses versus revenue? Because I bet you if we went through the city at every single department, their expenses are a lot higher than their revenues. And so this is the cycle that we go through every time is pools and libraries, pools and libraries. That's where we're going to take all the money from because it seems easy. But I don't know why it is. Pros, and sorry, Brian, because you're brand new, is getting stuck up here to basically say, well, our revenue's less than our expenses. This is what we're going to close. Then maybe we should have every single department director get up here in front of us and go through areas where their expenses are higher than the revenues, and we should talk about cutting it. I don't understand
I'm here for it.
why this is falling on Pro's department.
I'm here for it.
So, I guess to me, I think it's a little hard to make these decisions before I hear from every department, frankly. Because I don't think it should all fall on Brian, shouldn't all, Ginger left, shouldn't all fall on Ginger, because that's who it usually falls on, is parks and libraries. So, I'm not trying to be a smartass, but that expense versus revenue calculation is going to be true for every department in the city. So why is it looked at as a subsidy with pros and libraries, but it's not looked at as a subsidy with every other department? I'll stop.
I mean, I wholeheartedly agree with that. My comment was going to be more to the Pheasant Run pool in particular. I know what I have heard from folks there when I was the Ward 5 council member was that if there were more hours and days that the park or the pool was open, that people would utilize it more. So I do think that if it was open more, you'd see those numbers go up. But I think we also all are very aware that that community has a strong interest in that pool. So I understand the conversation, but I also think that, in my view, like, that's a non-starter. Those folks have spoken time and time again on that subject, and it's just not. Yeah, it's an asset that the community really does use and would use more if it was more available to them.
Can you come back with the numbers for the other pools in terms of attendance? Sure. You might not have that right now.
You don't want to close.
Yes, we can do that. They're better. The other one is Del Mar Aquatic Center. It's totally different than a small little neighborhood pool. So it's kind of apples to oranges. The other one is kind of large. It's kind of does a lot more. So we can bring you that back for sure.
Just a question on this one. Sorry. So for the polls that you have here, and I am looking at Pheasant Run because I'm a Ward 5 council member.
Yes.
Is there a reason why you don't have it open?
So,
I mean, for the longer hours?
yeah, the longer hours and more days of the week is just due to staffing. It's very difficult to keep enough lifeguards across this entire city. So we are proposing in 2025, this summer, to be open one more day a week no more days a week. But we are trying to be open longer at some of the pools.
Can I just do one quick follow-up? Is there, before, I know we have to make decisions on these as a collective, as a, body here, but for these particular pools, is there a way that we could see if there's, with maybe the increase in the lifeguards, I'm not saying I don't know what that's going to be this summer, before actually closing this and doing this, is there any way that we could see if there's something that we can do to see if there's more attendance in the summer, before we make action on this?
Yeah, and we were looking at this as, 26 and beyond kind of.
2026.
Yeah. This is all, our presentation today is all kind of about how do we help the rec fund in 26 and going forward.
Okay.
Councilmember Hancock?
So with regards to Village Green, which is in my ward, do you have any statistics on, like it's 588, which is really small in comparison to the others? Has it been steadily declining over time? And what are the factors that are contributing to that? And how, because people are going to be mad.
Oh,
absolutely. So how do we communicate externally to the community and say, look, this is going to happen. What are you going to do? This is your neighborhood pool. If you want it, you need to see something different in terms of participation, behavior, what have you. I don't know. What's your thoughts on that?
My thoughts on that is we've got 2025 to make it a run at that for sure. I mean, we're ready right now to begin marketing.
Like 24 or, 23, 22? I mean, has it just been like, was it 1,000 and then it went lower, lower, lower? Or has it always been low?
It's historically been our lowest performer.
Okay.
But it's hard to tell why.
No, they're looking at it.
Yeah.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem and then Councilmember Gardner.
So these are they heated pretty well?
Yes.
They're heated pretty well. So
That's an expense.
it is obviously an expense. So we've got a shutdown pool at Beck, a shutdown pool at Utah. Can we direct people to utilize these? I mean, I deal with some people that are desperate. They're frustrated that they can't swim, and typically they're slightly older folks that love their aquatics exercises. Can we direct them there?
Yes, you can. Their season is pretty short as well.
About 2.5 months. Yeah, they typically open up Memorial Day and they close once kids go back to
Is that
college.
steam rising from them right now?
No. Just because of how hot it is outside.
Yeah, I think to build a little bit upon, I don't remember who said it now, but, the attendance is one number, but you also have to deal with the reputation risk, right? So there's more than 588 people that are going to be upset that Village Green, the pool gets closed. It's a lot of residents that are going to hear that and see that and like, why is my city closing pools that we own? So as you said, Brian, we have 2025 to think about that and work on that. That's something else we have to think about is how we deal with that reputation risk of telling the city, we're closing, 60% of the pools that we own? If we own 5, we're closing 3, that means we're closing 60%. We have to think about how we're going to message that to our residents, because for a city that's growing, we talk all the time about how we're growing, and we have all this new development, new businesses coming in, and then we're turning around and closing 60% of our pools. That is an incongruent message, and so it's more than just 588 people at Village Green that we're going to have to answer to.
Further questions or comments?
Not to
We're going to have to move on.
Not to belabor. But just real quick, I was talking to the Aurora Highlands people last night, and they have a pool, right? They're an indoor and outdoor pool in their rec center. So we want to hopefully maybe encourage more development, private development within neighborhoods to help alleviate the need.
Okay, Councilmember Jurenski, and then I think everybody said, but everything's been said, but not everybody said it. Councilmember Jurenski.
Thank you. I think that that's exactly what's going on is more private developments. I think just there's a lot of neighborhoods that have swimming pools. Aqua Vista, these are swimming pools that are at least 40 years old. And I know that because I've been here my whole life. These are very old pools. So these pools were built before developments started building pools in their neighborhood. And I think that that's why there's such a decline. I think what we should do for 2025, I think that we should put it out there that these 3 swimming pools are being looked at to being closed because of lack of participation. I think if that's the campaign that we start running right now, for the summer of 2025, we see if it has any impact. If it does, then we take that into consideration. If it doesn't, then I think we move forward with closing these swimming pools. But I think we start that campaign right now to let the public know that there is a lack of participation at these 3 swimming pools, and they are very, very old.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on if we can, unless staff wants to comment on that.
Councilmember Lawson, this is slide you were alluding to before.
Yeah, so.
First slide, we were talking about that we are Aurora Youth free access as one of the line items on where we were looking at expenditures.
Yeah, why is it being considered?
We're considering it, or we want to get direction on it. Do we continue this program? Right now, we are offering free admission for youth in our centers during breaks and over the summer. And we also are providing $25,000 worth of programming to supplement not just the fact that they're coming in, but we're programming for them. And that's the expense that we're talking about. It wouldn't necessarily, it may be a change to the program. We just want guidance from this governing body about that $25,000, because that is an investment that we're making, or that you all are making, that we are not seeing any cost recovery from. So these are the things that we want to bring forward for consideration.
I think that was introduced during COVID, wasn't it?
No. wasn't it?
Youth Violence Strategic Plan.
Yes.
It's part of Jessica.
Mayor, can I just say
Yes,
something?
Councilmember
Well,
Wilson.
I understand that this is all about, we have to be fiscal and do all that, but to me, the cost recovery is to keep kids from getting out of trouble. To me, there's nothing that can take away from that. So I understand we have to do budgeting, but that's the cost recovery, in my opinion.
Councilmember Moreno.
Yeah, no, I want to echo that point. I would not support cutting this
Okay.
particular line item.
Okay, Councilmember Hancock and.
I would not support it either.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Jurenski.
Oh, did you say me or did you say?
Oh, Councilmember Hancock, then Councilmember Jurenski.
Oh, my God.
Please go.
So I would not either because, as a young person who grew up in the inner city, this is something that would impact me, would impact kids in a positive way. And towards the SAVE program, marijuana funds, those things, I mean, this is something that would get ahead of future crimes and other things. There's all kinds of things that would impact this, so I would be a hard no on cutting this.
Okay, Councilmember Jurenski.
Thank you. I also would be a hard no on cutting this program, but I don't see anything wrong with charging $1. I think it encourages kids to maybe do chores, something to earn $1. I would absolutely be against cutting this program, but I don't see any reason why we can't charge $1.
Okay, further discussion on this
Mayor,
particular issue?
I would be no to
Councilmember
paying
Lawson,
$1.
okay. Is there further discussion on
we
this?
should-
Costs more to administer.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on then.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I think we have you guys have discussed this at length, and we have some pretty clear discussion on or direction on these expenditure reduction options. We're not seeing a lot of interest in special events or pools or the free school program.
So
may
we are
need
going to
work
keep these
on
expenditures.
expenditures.
Okay,
Okay,
perfect.
great. Do you want to introduce this one?
Jump right in.
Would you like me to do this one?
Like, are you doing it? Are you doing it? Okay.
Something else that council has heard a lot about in the last years is issues at Beck Rec Center. So we're back to talking about pools, we're talking about Beck Rec Center. We've done a lot of work and have some assessment and findings and recommendations to bring to council today. We've done a lot of work with Public Works, Cindy Culp's staff and consultants that she brought in to help us really understand the complete building condition assessment for that building. A little background. Beck Rec Center was built in the late 60s, opened basically...
Pre-Kevin Bacon.
Pardon me? I had a reference.
He stole thunder.
So, built in the late 60s, opened in the Summer of Love as a swinging singles club. So the pool and the main part of the rec center was basically a membership-only club where singles could join and enjoy pool and that kind of stuff. So they went bankrupt in the early 70s, and the city acquired it in about 1971, 72. The city opened it as a rec center officially in 1973. So who in here was born before 1973? Not a lot.
Mom was bored.
Then just a few years later, the city added a gymnasium and racquetball courts to the facility. And a few important points is that construction materials and standards and codes have changed considerably in 55 years since Beck. So this is a main point we need to remember as we go through this. Also, Beck was built prior to Buckley Space Force Accident Potential Zone designation, which has implications on what the future can be. And it is situated on designated parkland, same as those of the pools. It is in a park. So, program offerings there. We have equipment rooms, some of the largest rooms in our system. You've been there for like the Aurora Scholars Program or things like that. You've seen bigger events at Beck. We offer drop-in fitness, the indoor pool, except that it was closed earlier in 2024 for reasons we'll discuss. Racquetball, gymnasium, weight cardio room. We have 2 classrooms as preschool, and Spring Hill Golf Pro Shop is in that building as well. So the mid-2024, we had a gas line break, and it gave us the opportunity the pool was closed for a few weeks while the gas line was repaired. And we observed that the pool was losing a lot more water than anybody knew where it was going. So it triggered further investigation of the whole building. Also, water ponding in the racquetball courts was another big trigger to really look at all the building systems for that building. During the initial assessment, exterior water damage, extensive roof deterioration, compromised drainage systems, and potential timber structure instability were identified as critical concerns and warranted even more investigation. We've had a lot of comments that why is this taking so long? It's taking so long because there's been so many different investigations that had to go on before we had a full picture to bring to council. So the grid in the middle of this picture, imagine that's a grid placed over the bottom of the pool. We started with non-destructive testing, looking at penetrating methods that could tell whether there were voids under the pool. Every one of the orange dots is a void under the pool. So once we determined that to make sure this wasn't an anomaly, we did some actual cores of the bottom of the pool to make sure. And what we found was, yes, there are voids, and additionally, there's groundwater less than 9 inches below the bottom of the pool. So it's sitting on top of a perched water table. So beyond that, we had a pool builder look at all the systems of the pool and really comprehensively evaluate it, and it has been determined that the entire pool, all the associated systems with it, the filtering, the piping back and forth, pumps, circulation, drains, all are at the end of their life and require full replacement. On top of the pool is a roof that was put over the pool. The pool was originally built as an outdoor pool, and then somebody got the idea to cover it. They used timber frame structure with a very flat roof to cover it. Put a bunch of skylights through it at some point to get natural light in there. So we have water going both directions through the skylights from the humidity inside and rain stuff from the outside. The result is that all of the insulation in the roof and the roofing systems are all completely compromised and require full replacement. So those two things together, the pool, all of its systems, the roof, the structure that holds up the roof, and all of that together would be about a $25 million estimate to correct. $25,250,000 is the official engineer's estimate for fixing that problem. We didn't stop there. With the water in the racquetball courts, the investigations went below into the crawl space, where it was determined that we basically have that same groundwater sitting in the crawl space under the gymnasium and the racquetball courts. The structural elements, these steel supports for these concrete girders, are corroding and in poor shape. There's varying levels of groundwater in here through different seasons, and the actual concrete is showing signs of deterioration as well. The code's 55 years, or 78, 76, so not quite 55 years ago. The codes then didn't require a lot of ventilation and didn't, so this wasn't built with that, so the crawl space is lacking ventilation and circulation, which might help keep that dry. There is a sump system on the outside around the building and inside the crawl space. Like in your house, some people have sump pumps in there to pump the groundwater out. But both of those systems are at the end of their life, and they are both compromised. They're collapsed in places where they don't drain to the sump. The pump kind of pumps when it wants to. Doesn't do enough good. The whole building is kind of set in a hole, so water doesn't drain away like it really should. And there's irrigated landscaping right up against the building in places that's contributing a little bit of that as well. When we add on those exterior drainage problems, the crawl space repairs, the pumps, the sump systems is another $1.3 million to try to solve the situation under the crawl space. Now let's go up to the top of the gym. The top of the gym has a flat roof. It was basically built like a cube, straight concrete masonry unit walls with a flat roof that just gently slopes to what are supposed to be gutters that carry water away from the roof. What we have determined through these investigations, the roof's in poor condition, it's exceeded its useful life. There's water staining on the outside of the gym wall where the water's not quite getting into the gutters, all of it, and so it's deteriorating the block wall from the outside. On the inside, this is what the wall looks like. You can see the paint is bubbling off the concrete units, and it's actually concrete that will crumble if you pick it. So we know those blocks are compromised in some way.
The whole building.
So likely that entire gym needs to be replaced, because there's probably more things that we haven't found here. But at this point, we're bringing this to council. The roof just itself is 3.8 million, total full gym replacement, 27.
2009.
Okay. So the picture above is an overhead view of Beck Rec Center. The part in red, the L-shaped kind of, is all supported by timbers. So it's a timber formed building that was built in 68, 69 with 6x6 columns that are now completely deteriorated. They're sitting on concrete caissons. Keep in mind, the city didn't build this. We took this on in 1970, approximately, when the original one went bankrupt. So this is not a type of construction that we would do anywhere in the city. It's not a type of construction that's done now in terms of the modern codes that we see now. So it's another $400,000 to $600,000 to just replace all those that structure and that breezeway. So I guess a point on the slide is that breezeway is currently closed as a precaution. We don't have anybody on that. We had a company come and replace these three total to make sure everything's safe. But there's more of this type of deterioration in the beams that those timbers support as well. So some general observations that also play into this is that any repairs or replacement would require updates to meet current building code. So we can't necessarily just rebuild things back to 1968 code. We're looking at 55 years of code improvements in some places. Design and construction materials have improved over the last 60 years, and some methods that we used then are just completely obsolete now. So this is the sum it up slide. The pool and associated systems end of life, beyond repair, require full replacement. Drainage systems require full replacement. Gym roof and systems require full replacement. At least the exterior gym wall needs to be replaced, probably more when we dig into it, like your house, when you start a project, it kind of grows. Exterior timbers. The bottom line is 31 to 58 million to correct the problems, and that potentially exceeds what it would cost to replace these.
So blow it up.
From Hancock wants to blow it up.
Can we make it an AFR APD exercise?
Yes.
Rescue.
We got a couple more. Oh, Councilmember Medina.
All right, I have some questions. Having been in this profession for a long time. One of the things that I do notice, especially around pools, and having been around pools for 35 years in rec centers, you know, you're familiar with the Schlesman YMCA, you know, it's been around since 1957, and its pool's been in place that long. I worked there for 25 years as director, and one of the things about that pool that I found unique is that I'm not sure the qualifications of the staff that we have that maintenance our pools, because that to me is an instrumental part of how you maintain pools, because they are the largest drain of money. It's just a fact. They're never going to be perfect. We saw that with the new one. You know, within a year and a half, it's got issues because just the thing with chemicals, water, everything. There's so many negative things that are part of them. Certainly, people love them, but I think they don't realize the amount of maintenance. One of the things that I noticed is that the maintenance person or the person that's in charge of the pool is critical to the maintenance of those to last beyond even their normal life. Because what I found is with us at Schlesman, what they used to do is our director of aquatics was very understanding of the system, the type of system we had, the filtration system, the drainage system, all of that function. They knew everything, all the chemicals that it required, all the things that were going on inside the structure. And we always had, you know, updates on those monthly. The other thing we did was every year we closed for an entire week to totally drain, to totally inspect everything, to make sure that everything was running maintenance-wise, check everything, and then, you know, fill it up and have it back up within a week. And as far as I know, at least in the 25 years I've been over there, I was over there, you know, we were never shut down for very long at any time. We were never shut down for 2 weeks, 4 weeks, a month. And I think, I don't know who we have currently on staff that's looking at our pools, but I think I would look at who we are hiring and making sure they understand our systems, because they're all different, right? If they're older ones, they're in a different type of system, as well as our newer ones, so that we have this sense of maintenance them, and they kind of have those as their project. I think that we should be doing these things on a monthly basis, and then every year drain them fully, check for cracks, check for leaks, because I think stuff like the Beck, that didn't just happen overnight. I can guarantee that.
Here's the thing about Beck, and I 100% agree with everything you said. Beck, what we're seeing is the fact that cast iron pipe doesn't last more than 55 years underground with chlorinated water and acidified water and all things pumping back and forth through it 24/7. There's no amount of inspection or maintenance that you can do on an underground cast iron pipe. So that's kind of what, in terms of the big pieces of the pool system, but maintenance is absolutely key, and we have protocols in place, and we're really open to those ideas as well. We don't want any of our assets to deteriorate over the long term. But this one specifically was built by others. We inherited it, and materials that they used are failing at this point.
So I agree. I think we ought to review maintenance issues, but right now we're confronted with this number, and it just seems that it might be higher than the replacement cost.
Yeah.
Councilmember Bergen.
Well, it looks horrific. I think we're probably looking at closing it.
Yeah, let me keep going, and we'll get to that.
Yeah, the conclusion's obvious here, but yeah, let us walk you through.
Just want to make sure the conclusion is what I think it is. For a liability perspective.
Okay, please move. Okay.
Let me go quickly. So this is a usage data for Beck. We had about 16,000 uses in 2024 when we had the pool in quarter number 1. So this is just January, February, March. This year we're down to 11,000 users. This just want to give everybody an indication of the impact that we're going to feel. Moorhead, for example, is about 20,000 each, 2024 and 2025. So just for comparison. Preschool at Beck has 46 students.
Mayor, real quick question on this. Does that include golf course users?
No. No, this does not. This was scans people using the rec center from the rec center. Okay. We obviously have
So even though
in the golf
pro shop is housed in there, you're not counting that?
Well, not in this number.
Okay.
Maybe there's, good point. So financials, revenue in 2025 is expected to be 246, expenses 805, big delta there. We have 5 FTEs that we need to be concerned about over there. Various part-time staff, front desk coverage, preschool director and a teacher. Staff for that. Cindy's group used the experts in the field to come up with these numbers and associated results of their findings. Just absolutely severe and extensive foundational issues. The geology in the water table is a problem. It's contributing to underlying ongoing structural issues. Condition of the building will continue to deteriorate. Maybe we're already there. We have an ability to offer all the current programs at nearby rec centers. We have 2 rec centers within 7 miles of Central and Moorhead. We will be able to honor the Beck Rec Center memberships in terms of managing impact to people that already have those memberships. We'll be able to use those elsewhere in the system. And we have the ability to use the staff in other areas of the system. So what we're proposing, Councilmember Bergen, is a proposed phased closure. We think it would be best to close the gymnasium by the end of May. These are the affected programs. Fitness to be relocated in August. Memberships to be honored everywhere. Golf and preschool. Spring Hill Golf, we would propose to provide a temporary building for the golf pro shop. That's what's actually in Beck Rec Center, and they have done this before when we did renovations in the middle of the Beck facility. They had to be out for a number of months, and so we have a way to do that. We would propose relocating the preschool classes to Lowry. We have extra rooms there that we can license and move those slots for those 46 preschool slots to Lowry, enlarge that offering there. We would get through the school year with those kiddos at Beck, and then there's also some summer programming that they would still do, but we would begin the new school year with those 46 slots like that at Lowry. We want to pause any rental reservations we have for the building, and we will honor the ones that are already on the books as long as we can into like August into the fall. That's our proposal. And then to go with that, here's the opportunity at the end of all this. This is the part that we want people to take away, is that what we would suggest, also recommending, is that we undertake a rec center feasibility study focused on Northeast Aurora. Ward 2 is growing exponentially, as we all know. That's the direction of the area of growth in the city. But we would, actually, Laura was going to talk about
Go for
this.
it. You're doing a great job.
I'm tired.
You got it.
All right, so we would look at financial viability, market demands, input from residents, of course, and activate all of our citizen advocates to provide their input. We would look at operational demands and what does that mean in terms of population growth and development patterns in the city, and begin trying to identify potential locations. So that's the hope at the end. Is, does the city council support the development of a phase closure plan in 2025, which includes these elements: communications, program staffing, relocation, honoring current memberships, and working on the Northeast recreation.
City Attorney, then Councilmember Burton.
Brian, real quick, I know you showed some pretty gnarly stuff going on over at that rec center. In your expertise and what you guys have received from the experts, you're comfortable with the closure timeline? That, again, you know what I'm trying to do is mitigate risk.
Yes.
Right.
Public Works, the Cindy Collip, Deputy Director of Public Works Project Delivery, our consultants are comfortable with leaving it open as we have this phase closure. One of the good things is the gym is not that much occupied, so the folks that are using it now could continue. And we replaced the 3 columns that were most critical, so leaving it open and phasing in this closure should be just fine.
Councilmember Burton.
Communication to the public, like honestly, if I heard this presentation, I wouldn't step foot in there.
So,
Councilmember
No,
Drinsky.
just if you could answer, are we
Thank you.
going to do communication to the public?
Please, Councilmember Bergen has the floor, and then Councilmember Drinsky.
yes, the communications department is already beginning work on the communication plan to the public. We have a Beck Rec Center FAQ document that's ready to go out. We have a statement for the media. Kim is and her group are fully ready with council's direction to move forward.
Councilmember Drinsky, sorry.
Thank you. So hearing the origin of when this was built and how we inherited it, which I just learned during this presentation, sounds to me like the Mon Chalet put this place out of business, and we inherited a really poorly built facility. I definitely support the closure of this. You know, if the architects, if the engineers are saying that this phased timeline is okay, then so be it. But I also have grave concerns as to risk here. Like Councilmember Bergen just stated, I hope we're keeping a close eye on this. And if we need to do an emergency closure sooner rather than later, I would also support that. But yeah, I think the Mon Chalet gave this place a run for their money and put it out of business.
Councilmember Medina, then Councilmember Gardner.
Yeah, just a couple of, I certainly agree with my counterparts on the closure, and safety. You got childcare in there as well. You got small children in there, so I'd be a little bit apprehensive there. Yeah, let me know when you guys will start that. I'd like to be a part of that process of seeing how we can get, information on the public. I know it's not my ward, but I'm going to try to help and use my expertise in centers and seeing how we can get other resources to potentially begin that process of generating revenue and getting that word out to the public about, hey, let's look at, what this looks like to build a new one.
Councilmember Gardner.
Yeah, I obviously support the closure, but I just want to say as an editorial comment, this is why Build Up Aurora is so important. I'm a resident of the city as well, and I'm pissed that we have rec centers that look like this. I'm pissed that we have fire stations where they don't have doors over, the sheets over the doors. I'm pissed that we have bridges way past our useful life. Like, this is the kind of stuff that we have ignored for far too long, and why we're undertaking that effort.
Okay, please proceed.
He's trying to leave too.
This concludes the recreation conversation.
I'm out of here. Did you have adequate directions?
The coyote's running.
Okay, thanks, everybody. I appreciate it.
Yes.